Please rise. February 27th, 2023 special meeting of Haliburton County Council is now in session. Warden Ms. Danielson presiding.
Please be seated. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our special meeting to talk about short-term rentals. We respectfully acknowledge that the County of Haliburton is located on Treaty 20 Mishi-Saugaig territory and in the traditional territory of the Mishi-Saugaig and Chippewa Nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations. We acknowledge the shared presence of Indigenous nations throughout the area and recognize its original Indigenous inhabitants as stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the agenda, please? Councillors Carter and Feary.
Moved by Councillor Carter, seconded by Councillor Feary. Be it resolved that the agenda for the February 27th, 2023 special meeting of Haliburton County Council be hereby approved.
All in favor? That's carried. Is there any notice of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof?
Councillor Dayu is not in attendance today because she does have a pecuniary interest on this matter.
Thank you. So down to items of business, and we will start with the report that we've received from Mr. Stone on short-term rental and the refinements that have been made. If you'd like to join us.
Thank you, Madam Warden, to the rest of council. So the report is principally the same report that was presented by the planning consultant that was hired by the previous council to study the short-term rental issue here in the county. Much of the focus of the consultant towards the end was actually directed by the previous council. And so, for example, they were encouraged to look at the Lake Bay situation. They have a short-term rental bylaw in place, and licensing has been occurring for the last year or two. And so that the consultant really looked at that example, and based on the direction from the previous council, influenced how the two bylaws came to be and are presented in the report before you today. In terms of the structure of the short-term rentals that's being recommended, the first bylaw actually is a registration bylaw. And the intent behind that bylaw is really to sort of get a sense of how many of these businesses are operating within the county. Initially, the consultant was recommending 3 to 4 months to sort of get a lay of the land, so to speak, with regards to the volume or the numbers of businesses operating there. And then the second part of that, once they had council had an understanding of how many operators out there, they would introduce a licensing bylaw afterwards, and that would actually serve to replace the registration bylaw. The two were somewhat similar sort of at the start, because the registration bylaw has very similar definitions. For example, they're carried over into the licensing, but the licensing bylaw really is, shall we say, the foundation for the regulation of short-term rentals here in the county. And it deals with such things as, sets a fee structure. It also sets, the requirements for being a business operator, what sort of your council expects them to do in terms of the operation, deal with, the presence around their business, as well as conduct of the renters. And then it also establishes what I would call performance standards, or in this case, it's actually referred to as demerit points. So you, much like our automobile license, if you get speeding, you might lose a demerit point or 3. If you have ongoing nuisance with noise or other disturbances related to your short-term rental business, you could lose demerit points. Repeat offenders actually can go so far as to lose their ability to actually operate through the license system. So with that, I know there was a lot of interest from the previous council to sort of refine the bylaw, and I believe through some of the presentations earlier this year that there's an interest with this council to proceed on that basis. So I've taken the liberty actually to provide paper copies if you want, and it allows you to sort of carry on and make some notes in the margins. If that is the desire of council, I can pass those out. I'll start with the registration bylaw and leave the licensing to maybe after the break. If council's happy with that, I can do that now. So thank you.
Thank you.
Happy to answer any questions with regards to the report. But we can certainly dive into the registration bylaw if there's no questions. Thank you.
Just a couple of comments and another point. I'm sure that everyone's aware there's been a lot of work done on this by the previous council, a lot of time and money spent and concerns raised. And it is something that's apparent, that's necessary from the concerns that we're getting from the public. And the previous council felt that the best approach was for us to work together, at the county level, that would be the most streamlined and probably cost-effective way to approach this. I did want to hear comments. I'm not sure that some of the new members of council are aware that Scott in his previous life was involved in a short-term rental, the establishment of a short-term rental bylaw. Have you got any comments that you would like to make just as an introductory point for us? Sorry to put you on.
No, so in a previous role, I was worked in a similar capacity with the town of Huntsville. So we implemented a municipal accommodation tax bylaw, and then a year later implemented a short-term rental registration, licensing, and enforcement program. I guess the one thing I would maybe just say to council is, if council decides to proceed with going down this road, it really needs to be viewed as kind of an evolutionary process that is probably not going to be perfect when we start it. And that staff just have to be really kind of continually evaluating what's working, what's not working, and come back to council with recommended changes. Because I think in my experience, we were probably back in front of council. It felt at the time like every other month, changing components, whether that was from a registration standpoint or an enforcement standpoint. And then it did grow just from a staff component as well, to, from getting the registrations in place to having the appropriate people in place for enforcement as well. So
Were you going to distribute those documents that you have? Thanks, Steve. So the one point that you did raise was that the initial document for the registration bylaw suggested that that process go on for 90 days. And I think that there was some discussion about that at a previous council, that may very well not be sufficient. And I would think that for registration purposes, if you really want to find out the full scope of the number of short-term rentals in the county, there would need to be minimum 6 months. And I don't know what council thinks about that, but 3 months seems a short period of time. Any comment? Counselor Carter?
From my perspective, 90 days would be an appropriate number because, you know, all we're at this point with the registration, you know, you're pretty much asking somebody to fill out a form and give us some information about their property and so on. You know, I recognize that, and again, you know, we're looking at this as two stages: registration and then licensing. You know, in that 90 days, there's no way that we are going to be able to, you know, check all the documents and go through all the documents and be prepared to offer licenses. But I would think that if we did something along the lines of, you've got 90 days to register, and then we will go through the next stage of the process, but we're not taking any other registrations until that whole first tranche has been, you know, we've gone through it all. If we lengthen this out too long, you know, we're never going to be able to get a handle on what this is. Because right now, you know, we have no idea if there are 500, 1,000, 2,000 of these out there. And the only way we're going to be able to do it is to, you know, set a hard deadline and say, here we go. It's not like anybody who's out there is going to find this a surprise that we're doing it. But if we pass this on the first of whatever month, then 90 days later is when you have to have your registration in my opinion.
Other thoughts on that, Counselor Fury?
Well, I agree it's going to take some time, but if it goes beyond 90 days, we're not going to have a bylaw, not going to issue licenses this year. And I think people are expecting action on this.
Yeah, they are.
And so, I mean, if you go to any other event that I know, and they post on there that you have to register by a certain time, you either post on there or you go to the end of the line and people take you on later. So my thoughts are, in today's world with computers and all kinds of communication skills, I don't know why we need, I won't argue about the 90 days, but I don't know that we need to go even that far. I think people, the local agents who have clients are going to know about this as soon as we put it in the paper or put it on the internet. They're going to register. It's the Airbnbs and the other ones that are going to argue that they didn't see it. But somehow you've got to stop it. Otherwise, we're going to be sitting here next November and nothing's going to happen. So I understand the time lag, but I just don't understand why it has to take so long. But it could be me.
Counselor Shell.
Thank you. I actually had put my hand up before thinking that I was in agreement with the 6 months, that perhaps we needed that length of time to capture everything. But after listening to Councillors Carter and Ferry, I actually think the 90 days is a good idea. I think it'll give us a really good indicator of perhaps how many there are within the county. And anybody who is interested will put in that time, and it'll give staff enough time, I think, to actually get the bylaw put in place. We put it into 6 months, we're already into summer. So I would agree with the 90 days.
Thank you. Counselor Burton.
Thank you, and I would as well. And you know, we have no idea how many are out there, and we probably, in my opinion, never will. But we can do the best we can with what we got. But I think the 90 days is acceptable.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure how we want to proceed. If council want to. Oh, sorry, Cease, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the 90 days is good as well. But I think what might happen out of this thing, depending on how the registration bylaw itself gets into enforcement, for the lack of a better word. In other words, you're not on the list now. You didn't get on the list in the beginning. Okay, we'll give you an excuse there. And it could be that possibly after the first 90 days are done and we got all our registrations and we got this thing kind of sort of off and running, we could turn around, as in most places, and say, okay, listen, we're going to give you the benefit of the doubt and we're going to give you another 30 days or whatever after that, there needs to be a way of saying, you know, I don't know. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see how many show up.
How does council want to proceed with this? You want to go through the document page by page? You want to just raise concerns that you've got?
I have no problem going through it page by page.
Okay. Councillor Carter?
I was gonna say that we raise concerns. I mean, it's sort of six one, half dozen the other at this point. You know, there's as you read these bylaws, and at the Roma meeting, there were a couple of sessions that were concerning short-term rentals, and you know, there's been a lot of counselors, lawyers, planners across the province and across the country, and who have been putting together these various bylaws, and everybody's got a slightly different flavor and so on. And as you read, the more you read, the more you go, oh, wow, we should get that, make sure we have that provision in there. So, you know, I think that there's an awful lot of things that that from my perspective are important to be there, you know, whether or not it's really, I'd leave it to the planners to say, oh, that's covered in section 6, subsection 3 or something like that. Yeah. So
I know I went through the entire, well, all the documents yesterday, and personally, other than raising the question of the time frame for registration, I didn't have any problems at all with the registration bylaw. But go ahead, Scott.
And this just is more information that might help guide some of the discussion. Tracy and I are able to, through the Ministry of Tourism, actually pull some property counts for number of properties that advertise on short-term rental platforms for the province of Ontario. So the province contracts a firm out that tracks all this. So we're able to get Haliburton County data, as well as we were able to get actually property counts for each township. So just to give you kind of a spectrum, we were able to get from January to July of 2022. So in January, there was the low number was 559 properties advertising. And in July of 2022, there were 823. And then the numbers fluctuate in between that, but that's your low and your high. For last year, we'll try and get maybe some more updated numbers for the first quarter of this year, if possible. And we were able also to get, you know, average daily rates for what they're advertising for, as well as total number of reservations. So that hopefully will provide some context, and if council wishes, I can probably send the breakdown for each township to those respective representatives if they'd like that as well.
That would be very interesting. I'm interested in knowing what the average rate was.
At last year, so January, just we'll use kind of your low and your high is $234, we'll say, per night. That's your ADR. And that went spiked. The highest was in July. That would be $341 per night. And the data does track back. I think we were able to get back as far as 2019. Again, I'm not sure how accurate some of those numbers are the further we go back, but it is something the province has paid a company to track. They're essentially scrubbing all the postings that they're getting online. So I don't know if that takes into account Kijiji. There's various ways people have tried to kind of circumnavigate getting around kind of marketing. Because I do know some bylaws, even you can be fined if you're promoting on a third-party site without actually having a license or being in the process of getting a license. So people are getting very creative about how they advertise these.
Comments, Councillor Carter?
So in the last week or so, I went on to some of these sites as a fictitious renter, you know, just saying, let's say I wanted to rent for a week in June, near the end of June, somewhere in Haliburton County. And I'll say the rates I got were much higher than that. I don't think I received, there were many rates that were below 500. And many of them that were well over 1,000 per night. I had made a request for 6 people. Sort of thing, just to get an idea of what was going to come back. And each site that I went to gave me more than 250 hits, and there didn't seem to be. There weren't a lot of people who were advertising on multiple sites, so each one was a bit different. And then there were some places that I knew that were short-term rentals, and I never found them on any site. So, I think that there's an awful lot of people who are already booked, or who are booking through agencies or booking. There was one I a couple of years ago I found there were a whole number I found on a website in Germany that were not advertised anywhere locally. They were just going to a certain clientele because they could charge big bucks or big euros for the nightly numbers. So I think every one of these numbers that you have to take with a grain of salt, and that's why we need to have this registration process that gives us, what is out there. And as Councillor Burton says, I know in talking to the folks at Blue Mountain, they still feel that they're only at about, in their case, maybe 90 or 95% after many years. There's always going to be somebody popping up somewhere who's trying to get around the rules and get around the laws, but you got to start somewhere.
So getting into the bylaw, are there any concerns that anyone has got with the intro or the definitions? Councillor Rael?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that has anything to do with those, but my question was more related to when we get the registration bylaw and the licensing bylaw in place, is there any mechanism in place that would force people like Airbnb and similar organizations to ensure that whoever they use is registered and licensed in our county?
Can you respond to that, Mr. Stone?
Thank you, Madam Warren, to the rest of council. I don't think we can force an independent company to, force their clientele to register with us. This really, the 2 bylaws are directed to property owners here within the county. And so they're obliged, if council implements these 2 bylaws, to actually register, not a Airbnb. So.
And I do think that we need to be careful about referring to, I know a lot of people like to call short-term rentals Airbnb, but that's a registered company, and Airbnb have actually shown quite a few indications that they're more than willing to work with us. And, I think it's some of the other smaller groups or privately held properties that are the concern. So questions about any of the definitions? Councillor Carter?
Yeah, I think, every one that I read seems as a sort of a different preamble. And, some talk about the ability of municipalities or counties to levy fines and so on under certain acts and so on and so forth. So I guess, before we see the final one coming here, I think it needs to be reviewed to make sure that we've got in this preamble everything that we need to have in this preamble. I'm not a lawyer, so
I believe that review has been done. It hasn't.
Sorry, Madam Warren, no, it has not. So
I think that,
Nice.
at some point
Okay,
before we go to
absolutely.
this, the lawyers need to get involved.
My apologies. I thought that we had a review of it. So anything else on the preamble then and the definitions? Councillor Fury?
Oh, no, I just agree that we're gonna have to run some of this by a lawyer. This is over, or certainly over my head. Not saying it's over everybody's here, but it is over mine. And if there's 800 and some, it's a huge business and a lot of people aren't paying any HST or they're not showing income here. This is probably going to be over 2,000 by the time we get there, which is a huge undertaking to do the inspections. This is a big job and I don't want to take it lightly, but there's ways to do it. And I think some of it's going to have to be contracted out, unfortunately.
Well, and one of the comments that I had written down about the number of inspections that were required, and I kind of question some of them, like I didn't really fully understand the need for electrical I do and I don't understand the need for electrical inspections, but that was one of the ones that I kind of wrote down as like, really? But it was my thought that the applicant or the registrant would be responsible to get the inspections done when they're going to actually license their property, that they have to bring to the county here, because you'd have to go to any one of the 4 municipalities to get the inspections done. Make the applicant responsible to do that, as opposed to us chasing each other, for different inspections. And then when they do come to get their license, it's their responsibility and it's a full package as opposed to chasing permits and inspections. Comments? Go ahead.
Yes, certainly. I talked to our bylaw man this morning, and there's a lot of these older buildings that are not going to meet the building code. Their stairs are not the right height. There's all kinds of things. And he's also saying that he's finding with the new buildings that they're saying, that's why I think we have to go out and do the inspection, the townships do. There's no other way of catching the problem. We first of all got to look, is the sewage running on top of the ground or is there a trench to the lake? Because we haven't done all the septic inspections in some of the townships yet. The other issue is the parking spaces is huge if you got no space. And he said that there's building permits he's seeing now at these big new places where there's 3 bedrooms and 3 offices. Now, what do you think the offices are for? Those are going to be rental units. So he said it's mandatory, in his opinion, that we have feet on the ground that do these inspections. Otherwise, we're going to miss it. So that brings up the other subject, which I know you're not going to want to hear. But we need to do a high level at the county so that everybody's got the same fee, everybody's got the same bylaw. But it's not reasonable to administer from the county. There isn't another one in the province doing it. It's the same as the shoreline. And I talked to him about that this morning. He doesn't think it's that big a deal to do it locally. The biggest thing here that we can do is accept the registrations, have people say what township they're in. I mean, we can do that here. That's great to do it here. And get an understanding. I just don't know how we're going to do this at the county. Like we'll have 4 or 5 people running around looking, doing this.
We did have 4 or 5 people, one in each one of the municipalities as well.
And where are you going to get the people here that are qualified? Any more than the township is. Now, it just isn't practical to do it. That's why they're not doing it in upper tiers, the same as the shoreline. I've said my piece and I haven't delegated authority yet, so we'll see. I don't want to go down that road, but I want us to sit here together, come up with something that is uniform, so that when I take my license out in Highlands East or Algonquin Highlands, that I know it's going to be $500 a week or $1,000 a week or whatever it is. And we would have, in my opinion, we could still have this committee that hears the complaints independent, and they could be like the land division. Like I think there's ways of doing this that we can totally work together and be a little bit more efficient, and we'll be a lot more efficient. Anyway, said my piece.
I do agree with the issue of like, we do need to have inspections done. Absolutely no question about it. But I still think that can be the responsibility of the applicant to go to Dysart or Highlands East and say, I need an inspection done, and it's done. Or it's done at this level. I still believe personally, and I think that the previous council believed that it was more streamlined, more cost effective for us to do it at this level. But that's obviously you don't want to play.
Well, I've talked to some of the previous council. They don't agree now when they think about it. So I don't know.
Councillor Carter.
Yeah, I definitely would want to have an open mind on this one. I think that, you know, we need to. I think we can all agree that whatever we do, we want to have the same rules running, you know, across the county. And then after we have landed on what those rules should be, then you have to figure out, now you've got your plan. After you've got your plan, now you can work on your structure. And it may be that, you know, that it is best done at the municipal level, maybe at the county level, or maybe some hybrid or whatever. But I think that first of all, we need to, you know, let's figure out what it is we want, and then we can figure out how we would do it. I think that that's going to be very, very important. And I think that the idea of two things. One, everything we do here should be, the onus should be on the owner of the property. You know, if we even begin to mention any of the organizations that are doing the rentals and trying to put any work onto them, you know, we'll be getting the letter from their lawyer pretty damn quick. So we need the people who are generating the issues here. And look, we're in a situation where you've got good people, you've got bad people, you've got good renters, you've got bad renters. I mean, the point is at this point, we've all received enough of complaints to say that we need to do something. And so that's important. But the other point is that the taxpayers of the 4 municipalities should not be subsidizing these businesses. There should be not, you know, most to the penny, there should be not one extra penny being spent at the municipal or county level. The businesses, the owners, the people that are running these businesses, they should be bearing the full cost of this.
That kind of brings me to one of the things that's concerned me about this bylaw right from the very start, and that is the idea, the fairness of it, and the idea that you can have a house where somebody lives, they pay their taxes, and they just want to enjoy their cottage. And next door is another cottage where somebody's paying the same amount of taxes, the same fees for everything, and they're making a fortune at the expense of their neighbor. In some cases, not in all cases, but you know, I still go back to the fact that, well, there's something in I think it's in the licensing bylaw that talks about no person shall operate a commercial enterprise. But that's a commercial enterprise. To me, it is a commercial enterprise if you're running a short-term rental. And I struggle. I know that there was some discussion about the zoning issue and whether it should be a zoning issue. Which would change the tax structure. And I'm still not convinced that that's not something that we should be considering. I'd like to hear comments. Councilor Fury.
When you read all the bylaws, they tend to stay away from the zoning issues because they get challenged on it. And then the other issue we've got to deal with is what about number of companies? Should it be the owner that registers? Or should it be several owners? We have them now with 3 or 4 people that buy $1 million cottage under a number company. So what do you know? There's a lot of things to consider here to get this right. It's confusing.
Well, and the land division just dealt with the situation, you know, last week where there was at least 4 owners.
Oh, at least, yeah.
Mr. Stone, did you have a comment?
I'm not an expert in tax law or anything like that, but I would, in terms of the matter of fairness, I think there were, and this is probably true of most municipalities in Ontario that have looked at short-term rentals, is they've tried to sort of deal with it in such a way that it doesn't result in the notion of getting into commercial zoning on lakefronts en masse. And that's why they've referred to it really as short-term rentals of an existing cottage or dwelling. And certainly, it's a good segue into looking at the definition. So you see that short-term rentals are defined in both bylaws. It's something that this council should be comfortable with the terminology, but it's important to point out that it is really referencing the length of rentals, maximum up to 30 days. So I know there was some discussion, and it's been discussed in other municipalities too, about longer rentals of cottages or dwellings. And so if you rent it out for 6 months, for example, it wouldn't be considered a short term, and it wouldn't be required. You wouldn't have to, a normal rental situation, you wouldn't have to register with this bylaw. So from that perspective, there is some fairness. The other thing too is just on the matter of fairness, people are required to report their income to CRA. And again, we don't necessarily get into this. This type of thing, it's called this bylaw is called a short-term rental bylaw, but it serves, in the broadest sense, it serves as a business license. So when people register their, and you'll often hear me refer to it as a business because it's being under the Municipal Act. This is how we're generating this type of bylaw. It's really through the mechanics of the Municipal Act that allows for municipalities to establish business bylaws. So that's in essence what this is.
Councillor Carter, and then Councillor Ryle.
In terms of the business perspective, in Hat Roma and talking to a bunch of people, that they said, whatever you do, keep this as far away from zoning and planning as you possibly can, because you're gonna find yourself in front of the tribunal and you're probably gonna lose. The situation that we have, and I don't know every municipality, but in speaking from Minden Hills, is what are you allowed to do in your in your rural residential or whatever zone you're in. And one of them is, you're allowed to have some sort of home business, and you're allowed to have a bed and breakfast. So bed and breakfasts are businesses also. So saying that you're not allowed to have this kind of a business, you would start to become discriminatory and so on. I think, like it or not, we're not going to be able to go to everybody and say, you're not allowed to do this anymore. I think we can regulate how they do something, but the fact of saying that you're not allowed to do it is probably not something that we're going to be capable of doing.
Unless there's some serious infraction or there.
Well, I mean, you can take away somebody's license, but the thing is that the you're not going to be able to say you cannot operate a short-term rental on your property. It's just, there's just no way we're going to be able to create that law. So the best we can do is regulate it to make sure that it's fair for not only the neighborhood and our constituents, but also for the people who are renting, because we're in this situation where we've got the little guy and the big guy who are renting their cottages, and also for the safety and well-being of all those visitors that are in those cottages and are coming here to Haliburton County hoping to have a fun and safe vacation. And I think we have a certain amount of responsibility to try to ensure that happens.
Councillor Ryle.
Yeah, the other thing too is we've been talking about the residents and having a short-term rental of a major like a corporation type scenario in your backyard. But I also was talking to many of the small resort operators, and they're basically saying that these guys are getting away with murder because a lot of stuff that they have to do, the more corporate oriented short-term rentals do not have to do. And the other thing I'm hearing, and I've only seen one, but some of the promotion and signage is going up on the lakes promoting them. I mean, we're going to have to, I don't know, are we going to just ignore that kind of stuff and stay strictly with the thing? Or are we going to look at it and say, listen, you don't have a business here, not one that's going to require a billboard 16 by 8 on the side of the lake to advertise what you're doing. So I'm not for or against. I'm merely saying that's the kind of thing too that's going to be coming up out of this thing. Is it's not just the fact that it's there. It's there. But at the end of the day, I mean, is it going to become a commercial entity, as in lights and stars and whistles and bells identifying it?
Councillor Fury.
And talking to the people that I've talked to, and I've talked to a lot of them in the last 4 years, the biggest issue is the weekends. I don't know how we deal with that. If you rent for the weekend, you can be sure it's a party weekend, and that's what's driving the neighbors crazy. But I don't know that we could, one of the renters suggested to me that we put in something like you have to rent for a minimum of 5 days to try and get around that. So they'd be more family oriented. But I'm not sure with a legal opinion we can do that even.
Well, and that does take away from a lot of people who just have a weekend.
Yeah, that's
And,
right.
and they really do just want to come up with their family and have a nice weekend.
Which they should be able to do.
And then there are the other ones.
But they're not renting probably.
But I have to agree with Councillor Royale that a lot of these short-term rentals they're putting our lodges out of business. I mean, what ones were struggling are now really struggling and in an unfair environment. Well, okay, back to the document. If there are no questions or concerns about the actual definitions, we're into, I think, prohibitions. Are there any questions or comments about the prohibition section? Councillor Carter.
This, not really certain if it's covered here. I guess in looking at the units that were available in my search for my fictitious June weekend was smaller units that seem to have fairly large pieces of land. Okay, so in other words, old cottages that somebody has inherited, and now they're it may only have 2 bedrooms, but the land is sufficient so that people could be bringing up tent trailers and tents and so on and so forth and parking them on the property. So I guess the issue with that is, if we had a perfectly legal 2-bedroom unit that is being occupied by 4 people, but there's 20 people on site, in tents and so on, the septic system, we've approved for 4, but now there's 20. And so I don't know where that may be covered and how it may be covered, and if it's here or in somewhere else, that we need to be able to, that when there has to be a relationship between the unit and the, whatever we come up with as the maximum number of people in that unit. And then, the maximum number of people that are staying on site. And I know that some places, or maybe we even discriminate from 11 till 7 a.m. or something like that. But that has to be covered off somewhere, I guess is what I'm getting at.
And the only way to follow up on that would, be doing sort of surprise visits periodically. You would never catch everybody, but
I'm sure.
but
the
you would
neighbors-
catch some, and the word would get out.
The neighbors will let you know.
But then there are cases, I know there's one particular case in Algonquin Highlands where it's just as you say, it's an older house on a large property. And a couple of times in the summer, they have people bringing in trailers and tents, and if they're not charging anybody for it, but it's the same problem is happening, how do you deal with that? Councillor McKechnie.
Thank you. Needless to say, this is a huge issue in our community. And there's so many things we can discuss here. And needless to say, we will. This isn't gonna be finalized today. But I don't think that the people who are renting, and I'm not throwing everybody in the barrel, but there's a lot of people who just rent. And they don't really care if maybe the renters are aggravating the neighbors one night out of the 7 or 7 out of 7. And to me, we're here to protect our taxpayers. That's what I'm representing my constituents. I mean, we've all got horror stories. I mean, there's one place I know, I won't mention the lake or the names, but 3-bedroom place and 15, 16 people, tents all over the lawn, cars parked all over the road. Well, that scenario has gone on way too often in our community in the last few years. And no, we're not trying to, we understand cottage life is, to me, is family life. And heck, I've done more than my share of partying, like we all have. But believe me, when I was out of the line, my neighbors let me know. And, to me, it's very important that we protect I'm not saying I don't care about Airbnb or I don't care about people who rent. We have great agencies in all our municipalities here that are renting all throughout the county, and they're doing a great job. And I think because they really do a great job of investigating who you are when you're renting somebody's cottage, and the rules are there. So I don't want to go on and on here about it, but the biggest point I want to make here is we have got to protect the people who are beside these Airbnbs or any rentals that are going on, whether it's privately or through an agency or through a big, and it is a commercial business. I mean, if somebody's paying $4,000 a year taxes and the neighbor's paying $4,000 and he's making $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 a year off it, that's a pretty good business. There's not a lot of businesses in Haliburton County that are making $60,000, $70,000 a year. So I'm going to say it one last time. We've got to protect the neighborhood. And to me, that's a big issue to tackle. There's so many things here to tackle, but that's one of the most important things. Thank you.
And thank you. To me, it's an issue of bylaw enforcement, and I think we've all acknowledged that we need stronger bylaw enforcement. I know we've just, our meeting in Algonquin Highlands later this week is addressing bylaw and what we're going to do, and working on different shifts maybe, and just sort of seeing how we can resolve this. Councillor Royale and then Councillor Burton.
Yeah, the other thing too is I understand what 2.2 is all about, and that you don't want to end up just like we were just talking about, like tents all over the place with people living in them and so on and so forth. But I just want to make sure that we don't get to the point where we got this where a young family, mom and dad and a couple of kids come up, and the kids are saying to dad, we got to sleep under the stars tonight. So we got this little pup tent, or we got this little scenario, and they park it in the back of whatever property they've rented so they can be outside and listen to the crickets and so on and so forth. I want to make sure at the end of the day that we don't kind of sort of compromise that kind of an activity versus somebody who's putting up a tent that'll hold 12 people because they're having a stag party.
Well, I think we're all in agreement there. Councillor Burton.
Thank you, Warden. I think we're still dealing with prohibition, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
All right, because I was just, when I was going through it earlier there, but I guess under 2.1, and I'll just use D for example, while the short-term rental registration has been suspended. So I guess my concern is, so it has been suspended. So what? I'm going to carry on renting.
Then you're subject to fines.
I realize that, but do you not think this is all going to end up in court? Like, we can fine till the end of the day. What happens if they don't pay it? And they carry on operating.
Mr. Stone.
Thank you, Madam Warden, to rest of council. So yes, you know, if you get a parking ticket, for example, and you don't pay it, eventually you'll, you know, your glove compartment will overflow and you'll get stopped for some other moving violation, and that'll be that for you. Similarly, if you operate while being under suspension or having your registration revoked, then the risk is that for every day you do operate, you could have a subsequent laying of information or swearing of summons, and you could be subject to higher penalties. And I'm sure the courts would look negatively if a municipality could demonstrate that this person was flagrantly disobeying the bylaw and ruling against them with a substantial fine. So you could, you know, bylaws, you know, for daily operation can be as high as $50,000 if you're a company, right? So.
Councillor Carter, did I see your hand up?
Yeah, I think that, again, everybody seems to do this differently, but as much as you can make it a fine or administrative fee or anything that could be added on to the tax bill would be one way around that, hopefully. And then the other one is to make sure that, for instance, you know, in one of these documents, there was something about the, you know, the concept of renting out your establishment, you know, without a license, and it costs you $1,000 or a $1,500 fine. You know, we have to make sure that when we do get into the weeds on all this and get into the definitions, that this is not a per incident. You know, it becomes like a daily type of a situation, because I looked at some of these places and quite frankly, if they had to pay $1,500,
You didn't care.
that would just be a cost of doing business, because, you know, they're renting it out for $10,000 a week. So, you know, this is, you know, we have to make sure that whatever we do here is punitive enough that when people are not following the rules and the laws, that they, you know, there's not a benefit to them to not follow them.
Well, and the idea of adding it to the tax bill lends itself to your suggestion that it be dealt with at the lower tier, that there be some combination of, because the county can't do that. Any other comments about prohibitions? Mr. Stone?
Just thank you, Madam Warren, to rest of council, build on Councillor Burton's question about enforcement. Tickets and part one offenses are typically used by enforcement personnel to sort of encourage people to bring about compliance. You know, okay, yeah, you give me the excuse that you didn't know there was a bylaw in place. Well, here's your ticket to encourage you to register your short-term rental and hopefully operate from then on in compliance. Part three summons are the bigger offenses. So the ongoing stuff or very flagrant violations of a bylaw, then you would go to court and have a judge rule on the matter. And then when that happens, you actually have the courts behind you, as opposed to just a bylaw enforcement officer. And you know, with flagrant violations, part three summons are the way to go, because then you can actually use the powers of the court, deal with contempt and so on and so forth if they don't honor what they've promised the judge in that case. So that's the distinction that certainly the townships and and county council can use when it comes to the types of enforcement available.
Any other comments or questions about prohibitions? Councilor Burton.
I was just
And-
going to, if I may, I was just going to ask Scott, did you guys have any issues with that type of thing when you did the one in the scope?
Through your Madam One. Yeah, I believe what our staff did, not our staff, the staff there at the time, sorry, Freudian slip, was the administrative monetary penalty. So it's an AMP fine was kind of the acronym that they used, and it was the level 3 or stage 3 that Steve referenced. I do know that they ended up in court a couple times. It was probably kind of right when I was leaving, so I don't know the outcome of that. And then they had a licensing committee. So if your license was actually pulled, you had the right to go to a committee and appeal it. And then the committee would make a decision as to whether they thought they would reinstitute your license, or they would just remove it. And I can't remember what the stipulation of the bylaw was. Probably if it was removed, you couldn't have a license for a year or something along those lines. But yeah, they ultimately had to go to court because again, when these things start, people they're just not going to care. They're going to say, hey, I'm going to do it, and we'll see what they'll do. And some people follow along, and other, kind of press the matter. And as my colleague said, then that's when you have kind of the courts behind you, and that supports some decisions.
Councillor Shell and then Councillor Rael.
Thank you. It's more of a general comment. We could sit here for months and discuss each of these things, and we'd each have a different opinion on it. But we have several examples in front of us from other communities where the system that they have is working. So will there be some changes made to, accommodate what we do in Haliburton County? Absolutely. But it's a bylaw. It's a living document. I think we need to get it in place. The 90 days registration will give us a really good idea of how many we're dealing with. And I mean, I know in Minden Hills, we're having a hard enough time getting bylaw officers for everything, let alone adding this on. But at the same time, I have had far more people reach out to me complaining about the short-term rentals that are beside them or, in their neighborhood than I have about people who have said, well, it's not necessary. So I think we owe it to the community to put something in place, feeding off of what other communities have done that works well, and go from there.
Thank you. Councillor Rael.
No, I think I'm pretty good at what I'm hearing from Scott is that, if we get into that restricted person, it's probably going to be somebody with a lot of equity that can kind of fight this thing anyway. And it'll be expensive, and we'll just have to deal with it when it happens.
So any other comments about prohibitions? Hearing none, I suspect that we may have, I'm wondering about the administration portion of it, given that there's some different schools of thought here, and I'm not sure that we've landed on whether it would be at the county level or the lower tier. Pardon me?
Like comment, if you just look at on administration registration requirements, and you go down to E, it's all right for the owner to swear that. So who's capable of doing that? I've checked with home inspectors, they're not capable of doing some of these things. So whether we like it or not, bylaw is going to have to go out and do it.
Well, I don't think it was my understanding from this, that not at this stage, but just for the.
No,
sake of-
I'm
at
just
some
thinking
point.
ahead. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
whenever we issue the license. But I want to also say that in reviewing these, that the township of Gravenhurst has an administrative monetary penalty system. And it's worth looking at. And that way you can charge for everything you go to do. So we worry about cost. Every time we go to, who is going to be capable of checking? Do you have to send somebody from the fire department out to check carbon monoxide alarms, fire extinguishers, and the exits to get out of a bedroom to get outside? Like, these things are all in the fire code. So that's expertise. That's going to require local people. And I know they're hard to find, but we're going to have to start to train people for some of these things locally. Anyway, I've said my piece.
Any other comments? Councillor Burton and Councillor Carter?
Well, I was just gonna say a word in that, yeah, we're gonna have to have the fire department, probably the fire chief be doing it. We'll probably have, I would dare think we'd have bylaw there. We would have building there as well as fire. You know, and from the get-go, I've said that I wanted people when they do come here to be safe. And that's going to be an important part of it, is to get the right people out there to do the right inspections at the right time.
Councillor Carter?
And just on registration, I think one of the issues that we have to determine is who's going to be allowed to register these properties. I think it was mentioned already earlier, the idea of numbered companies, you know, owning these properties. And, you know, quite frankly, if I was buying 5 cottages in Haliburton County to rent, I would be putting them into a numbered company. So, but do we want to force that we know who the owners are, or the owner's representative, or is it, you know, so there's actually a person associated with these? And I don't know the legal issues there. Okay, I'm sure a lot of numbered companies would end up giving us their lawyer or their accountant as the president of the company or something. And then I think there's one other thing that we have not mentioned, but we should at least discuss, and this has happened in a number of other locales. Should we have a provision for a maximum number of these rentals? Either in, you know, it's very difficult here because we have different areas, we have lakes and, you know, municipalities and so on. But should there be a cap on the total number of rentals? I know in one township that spoke at Roma, they decided, and it's always an arbitrary number, council decided that they were gonna have 300 in their small municipality. And they went through the registration process and they had, like, you know, close to 500 registrations. And so it got to a situation where they knew they would have to grandfather everybody who was doing it. So they now have a maximum of 300, but they've got 500 operating. So anybody who comes along
Can't do it.
can't do it. I'm not, you know, I'm not pushing forward the idea of putting on a limit, but if we decide not to, I think we should at least have a provision in the bylaw to say that we could at some future time.
That's actually a discussion that we have had, you know, in you know, earlier discussions that we held about this, and I'm not sure where we landed, but it was exactly as you said, that there, you know, if we decided that we were going to put a limit on the number, we would definitely have more, and it would stop new, you know, for instance, housing that we sorely need for other purposes being sold for short-term rentals, and until it kind of got back down to the number that we agreed we would allow. So I mean, I would support that. Thoughts from other members of council on that idea? And I'd like to hear about how we might deal with numbered companies, because I mean, this suggests that we need to know who the owner is, or that the applicant have a letter of authorization from the owner. Mr. Stone.
Thank you, Madam Moore, and to the rest of council. So just on that, if you look at 4.1, item C talks about the instance of an applicant or agent acting on behalf of the owner. The owner's written authorization permitting the agent to act on their behalf. So to Councillor Carter's point about having a lawyer representing a company, a numbered company. So it's not dissimilar to how we deal with Planning Act applications, where you can have numbered companies, you know, owning property, but there'll be presidents and so on and so forth. So you'll have to sort of a paper trail to show the numbered company, who's the president and who is authorized to, I think the term is called bind the corporation. So it would be no different here in terms of one of the things that council does not have before, because it's not been created, as an actual application for registration. And certainly we would follow sort of past practice on planning similar applications for licenses. We would check with our municipal colleagues who are actually doing this now as well. But there is a means. If you look at the definition, and always link it back to the definition section of the bylaw that refers to owner. It doesn't say that it can't be a numbered company, and as you know, numbered companies can be owners of property. So,
Go ahead, Councillor Carter.
So I really the thought behind that is, so at some point in the future, we have all this operating and then we have administrative fines, or we have something that says, once you have, once you've accumulated so many points, we can suspend or revoke your license. So now we have somebody who's a really bad actor and has bought us every way, and we get to the point where we're going to revoke their license. Do we revoke their license on that property? Do we revoke their license on all the properties they own in the area? And that's where it comes down to knowing the root of those numbered companies, because you can have the same person with 5 or 10 numbered companies, and that way they maintain themselves or give themselves security that they can act randomly across all of their properties. They got some that are family properties, some that are party properties, and so on. So it's happening. We've seen situations where people have even recently bought 3 or 4 properties. That they're not buying 3 or 4 properties for their own enjoyment, or 10 you'd buy one in Haliburton and one in the south of France or something. But when you buy 4 on the same lake, chances are you're probably starting a rental business. So that's really the reason behind the question about trying to, I know it's probably impossible, but trying to know who's behind those companies.
Well, I agree. And I'm just wondering, whether what council's feelings are if it is a numbered company that has a number of properties, whether if they turn one is they're identified as being a bad actor, whether we want to shut them all down or that one in particular, and whether we can do that. So thoughts on that, Councillor Fury?
I think that's a question we ask the lawyer. I think that's why we need, at some point here, I think we should sit down and get some of these answers so that we're reasonably close to legal as we can be. But I do think that's important, and that's a good issue, because what happens if he's got 2 in your township and 1 over there, and he's destroying your people, and does he cut his license off? I don't know. But we need to know that. If they all, and that's why, and you need a contact too. So you do need a name, whether it's a lawyer or whatever.
Absolutely. And that's the one thing in this bylaw that I really like. Mr. Stone.
thank you, Madam Warden. Again, the discussion's been good. Certainly some of the things that are being raised are actually in the license bylaw itself. But just as a comment on, single operators, one building, the bylaws are structured in such a way that it is in the singular, insofar as that this bylaw refers to a dwelling, for example. So it's set up that way. The license, and when we get into looking at the license bylaw, there is opportunities for setting up for county council or the township municipal councils to set up a structure in that allows for multiple uses. I know when I was at Seguin, we did have some battle royales with one operator who had served like a subcontractor to about eight property owners. And our enforcement strategy was really to deal with the issue at hand. We had one violation, but we were able to kind of lump them all together because they were considered illegal uses, and that's how we approached it. Somebody seeking a license may, and let's say they have multiple ownerships, they may want to keep everything separate and then say the way they license it, so that if they do have a problem, it's not going to jeopardize all their operations. But to Councillor Fury's point about individual municipalities having carriage of this bylaw. So let's say Highlands East has an issue with operator A, and the same operator is operating in Dysart, but everything's going well in Dysart. It would be the responsibility for Highlands East enforcement, and it wouldn't have an effect on what was happening in your community. So thank you.
Councillor Carter, then Councillor Fury.
Yeah, I think the other part of it in this registration requirements, and I'm sure it may be covered somewhere in one of the sections, but the idea of we shouldn't be allowing any new registration to take place to somebody who is, either owes us fines or owes us back taxes or owes us in any way, shape, or form. And I think then you get back to, in Dysart, there's all sorts of problems with these properties, and then we have somebody who applies for a new license in Minden. Well, I would, or again, whether it's at the county or at the municipal level, but somebody who's applying for a new license on another lake, we should be aware of, the fact that this person has to clean up their act and be following all the rules before we're going to be issuing new licenses. Because there's no doubt in my mind, I remember way back in talking to the folks at Blue Mountain when they were looking at their situation. They found out that there were less than a handful of owners who owned all of the rental properties in the town. So I think that like everything else in every business, you're going to see consolidations, and you're going to get fewer and fewer people owning more and more of these properties. So I think that there should be some rules to make sure that we don't have people who have outstanding whatever's getting new licenses.
Councillor Fury.
I realize this isn't in the registration, but I wonder what happens when we issue a license at some point here and you're on a private road. And it comes winter and somebody gets killed and we've issued a license for a rental. I think that's another thing that we need to get covered off legally. Just put in your notes there, Madam Warden. I think that's a major issue for us, and I think it is for all the townships.
Good point. There's a couple of outstanding questions that we've got, and I'll get to you just in a moment, Councillor Rail. To Councillor Fury's suggestion that there be an administration, like some reimbursement for administration fee. What do members of council feel about that? I mean, that's one way to ensure that, that reducing the impact or any possible impact on taxpayers and covering some of the costs. Councillor Fury suggested that in Gravenhurst, there is an administrative fee for literally for processing, any of the applications or inspections, that there's a fee if you have to have the fire chief go out and. Okay, so you can make note of that, Mr. Stone, that we would like something like that included in the bylaw.
Thank you, Madam Warren, to the rest of council. So That would be in your tariffs and fee bylaw. So each municipality would have their own, certainly the county does. So for inspections, if you had to prepare documents or so on and so forth, you can actually by bylaw assign fees to that. So I know, for example, in my department, if you want to have the services of the director or any of my staff, we'll assign an hourly fee for that. So
Is there something that we can incorporate or add in the bylaw to tie the two together? That it states here that there would be a fee, and then the fees and the fees bylaw would cover it off as well. I just see that our CAO's got a comment, and then we'll go to this. Councillor Carter.
I guess I'm more actually requesting clarification. My sense is the licensing fee is meant to cover all of those costs associated with the administration of the license. I think what Councillor Ferry was referring to was an administrative monetary penalty, which is almost the equivalent of a fine. So if there's an issue, then that person pays those fees. It's an administrative penalty. I'm not sure if I'm confusing things or if I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
thank you, Madam Warren, to the rest of council. So for example, and again, at the township municipal level, I know in my experience at Seguin, a zoning certificate, which is basically the municipality is telling what your zone is on your property. We would charge anywhere from $75 to $125 just for that paper to be released. Similarly, if there's a requirement for, say, to have compliant, certificate that says you comply with the building code, and it requires a building inspector go out, that by all means, the local municipality could say, well, that inspection for a short-term rental could be $125 or whatever, fee for service, whatever that might be. So certainly to the CAO's point, you could put a all for one, shall we say, fee to sort of ballpark what it might cost to have the inspection happening for the fire department, for the building department, for the roads department, et cetera, et cetera. We could build that into the initial fee. That would take some doing for sure to make sure that it was a cost recovery model. And certainly the way the fee structure, the previous council, when they looked at the fee structure, was not contemplating that type of an approach. So I don't know if that provides some clarity.
Well, that might work, but I'm thinking that the fees that we've got listed in the licensing bylaw don't cover the number of inspections that you'd be required to have. Councillor Carter.
Yeah, I agree that I think that the bylaw and the registration here, we should say, in order to get a license, you need to fill out this form and have all of these inspections done, whether it be fire inspection or ESA or building code or whatever. And then however much that costs, that's on you. You need to provide us with the document showing that it was done. Because for instance, if somebody needs the ESA involved, I mean, that's not in any of our jurisdictions, and they're going to charge whatever they're going to charge. So and the thing is that if there's a septic issue or so on, there's not only going to be one visit, but there's probably going to have to be subsequent visits because the people had to make some change or some alteration or so on. So I think that those fees just get paid. In this bylaw, all we demand is that you have had somebody certify your septic system or certified that you've got X number of bedrooms or whatever, and that's it. And that takes the onus off of whoever is doing the administration for this to be involved in everything else that goes along, because each each property is probably going to be different. And it's, the other, if it may, there's a second point is, at some point along here, we've got some graduated licenses. And in other words, there was the thought of, if you're renting your cottage out for a couple of weeks a year, you're sort of a level A. And if you're, you got a real business going, you're a level C. I think that we have to discriminate here on maybe not on the initial setup, but for instance, when people are going, and whatever the initial license is for, whether it's for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, or whatever that may be, that we need to be able to put in there some frequency of inspections. In other words, you need the fire inspection to be happening once per year. You need your septic to be done once per year or once per 2 years, even though in our community, for our constituents, it may be once every 5 years, we're going to look at the septic systems. If you're going to run this type of a business, then, we need to make sure that we're protecting everybody, and we need to have a more frequent level of inspections. And again, that serves to the point of, hey, they have to pay for the inspection. They just have to prove to us that it was done.
So in agreement with that? Actually, Councillor Fury, Councillor Rael is first. I'm sorry, I tend to, it's kind of hard to keep track of the people on the screen.
That's okay. The subject's been dealt with now.
Okay, Councillor Fury.
Well, there's going to be times when we do an inspection and we got to go back out and do another one. Maybe 2 more. Well, you go out to the house and the smoke alarms don't work. So the customer says, well, I'm going to replace them. Do we just walk away then and think that he has? No, we're going to go back because we're going to be liable for it. So this bylaw, as I read it, they got an admin fee and they got an administrative penalty. So they do both what the CAO is saying on the same bylaw. But this is the one way that we're going to protect the taxpayer. And it's the only way. And we're going to have to do it at the lower tier, unfortunately.
The other question that was raised and has not been resolved so far, I'm just kind of making sure that when we raise something that we land somewhere. And was the question of whether or not, and we don't need to come up with a number or not right now, do we want to limit the number of short-term rentals that there are? And if we do, is it county-wide, or do we look at the percentages and each individual municipality? I think that's something that we need to think about.
Talking all the time, but that's an arbitrary decision. And I would like to know the game. I'm sorry, I'm going to build a lawyer's bill here, but we need to know some of these things. Can we make that arbitrary decision to say, on Kinesis Lake, you can have 20 rental units? Are we going to get to that point? So we need to know that. Can we do it? I don't know.
I don't know if it would be lake by lake or municipality by municipality or county. I just know that according to some of the research that's been done, municipalities have limited the number that are in there. Some of them have been outlawed completely.
Yeah. And how do you limit? If you limit them in the municipality, how do you decide who gets what on what lake?
Councillor Carter.
Yeah, I know I brought it up. I at this point don't think that we should have a limit, but I would like that our bylaw has in it something whereby we can, instead of having to open up the whole damn bylaw again at some point in the future, that we have that as being one of the things that we can change. A similar thing to these a mat tax. For instance, we're not going to agree on a mat tax today.
We can't.
But it may be something that we want to have. And so I want us to at least have in the provision that at some point in the future, we decide it will go into this process.
I'm
Again,
still,
I'm like Councillor Ferry, we generally don't like to spend money, but sometimes lawyers' opinions are very helpful and save us money in the long run.
For me, when it comes to limiting it, I understand the challenges associated with that, but what it really bothers me is that more and more our housing stock is being reduced to zero because people are buying units not for residential purposes, but for short-term rentals. And it's a huge problem. It's affecting every aspect of our economy. We all know that housing is a huge issue. So if we don't limit them, how do we stop that? Even people that are building brand new houses, they're now building them not for themselves, but for investment purposes. Somehow, I tie the two of them together, and I think that we need to really think about that. Food for thought for the next little while. Go ahead, Councillor
I
Fury.
just think it's make it as difficult and as safe as we can. And a lot of them will, there's going to be I don't like to predict doom here, but there's a lot of these young people that bought these cottages for $1.5 million. Interest rates have gone up. Things are going to cost more, and we make it a little bit more difficult to get a permit here or get a license. I think some of these will go away by themselves, I hope. And to your point, it is an overall housing issue for sure.
Mr. CAO.
Just from a process standpoint, I just want to I'm sort of keeping a running record of your questions for the solicitor. So, and we will review the video as well. So, I just want you to know we're not just ignoring the questions. We are keeping track of them, and we'll make sure that we summarize those, have them, get all of your opinion on them. If there's any questions we've missed, then you can tell us that, and then we'll send it to the lawyer at that point.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yep, that's great. Okay, so we're into general regulations. Councillor Carter.
I went just checking my other notes on the registration requirements. Can we on the registration demand that we get provided with their GST number?
Thank you, Madam Warden, to the rest of council. Not really sure if that's the case. But yes. Yeah.
It's quite a list.
And the purpose for that?
Well, we all pay taxes, and it costs a certain amount of money to run this country. And if this is a business, they should be following the rules of business and paying their GST, because at the end of the day, that's taxpayer money.
So that would be further indication that it is a registered business. Okay.
Because it is.
Yep.
I'm not a tax accountant by any stretch, but my understanding is that there's an income threshold that you don't have to register if you're making less than $30,000 or something like that. So there may be some that we couldn't get because they wouldn't be reaching that threshold, or they feel they wouldn't, although I understand the numbers are big. The rental fees are big.
Yeah, and I guess that, when somebody says, oh, no, we've deemed them that they're at the highest level of licenses, that $30,000 would be made up pretty quickly.
Okay, under general regulations. Councillor Carter.
So in one of the bylaws that I read, and I'm sorry, I don't remember where I read, each of these things, and it may have even been in hours. So if it is, then I thank Mr. Stone. But what Councillor Ferry brought up about the idea of somebody on a private road, I think that in one case, it was in the instructions or in the information that needed to be given to the renter, whether it has to be with, the septic systems or the handling of garbage. There had to be a notice that if it was on a private road or if it was in a remote location, that the immediate emergency services may not be as readily available as one would like. There has to be some acknowledgement, or at least some communication that there is a certain amount of risk that's associated with this property because of its location or things like that. But it's just, again, protecting the safety of the folks who are renting it and putting the onus on the owners, as opposed to the municipalities, to make sure that those people are safe.
It seems to me that somewhere in one of these two bylaws that private road is mentioned. Mr. Stone and then Mr. Burton, Councillor Burton.
Thank you, Madam Warren, Teresa Council. So yes, it is in the license bylaw.
Okay.
So I was quoting you. Thank you.
It is something that maybe some of our regular residents need to realize too, that there's a risk in buying a property on a private road. Councillor Burton.
I had actually brought the private road issue up, if you remember back, but I had actually one happened in Highlands East where the people had come up on a private road, didn't have proper clothing, didn't have proper tires on their car, and our emergency service, our tow trucks as well as ambulance, were trying to get in there, and they had a few issues getting in there. So somewhere somebody has to be, I'm going to say, accountable for that, whether it's the owner or who it is, but we just can't have that happening.
Anything else under general regulations? So we're into refusal and revocation. Councillor Carter.
Be questions 38A to E right now. But the one of the ones that I was wondering about is could we have in here, I'm not sure if you feel that you've got it covered, but some emergency revocation of a license. I take, we had a situation where there was an accidental drowning at one of these rental cottages, and I guess it was quickly deemed to be an accident and not suspicious. But had it been suspicious, and the coroner was involved in doing an investigation, or if somebody died of in a fire, then even though it may not have damaged the property too much, but they died for whatever reason, and the fire marshal was involved in doing an investigation. In the case of the place that had the drowning was on Sunday, and the next Friday there was a new set of partiers in there. So I don't know if we need to put in something whereby, if we feel that there's an immediate danger or something, that we have the power to do a revocation under some emergency basis or something. And I don't even know if it needs to be included or if it just, would happen. But
Sounds like a lawyer's question to me.
as I said,
Anything else under refusal or revocation? So we then are into notice and appeal. Councillor Carter?
And my only point on this one is, again, I think this is one that the lawyers have to look at to say that, that, when we say it's got to be done in 15 days and things like that, there could be other, common legal situations with appeal committees that give, a certain number of days or whatever. So I think it just needs to be reviewed completely.
Okay, then the next section is order. This to me looks like another area where there might be a fee associated with an inspection should it be required. Did you have a question, Councillor Burton?
No, I just wonder if this one should go up to the lawyer as well.
Well, the whole document, we'll have to have a review, so. Councillor Carter?
Just anecdotally, I did speak to a couple of municipalities where they said they often had the OPP had to be involved in allowing their inspector to get on site. It's the world we live in.
Mhm. Okay, the next section is inspection. Hearing nothing, the next is offense and penalty provisions. Councillor Fury?
What court does that go to? Those fines are fairly heavy, and I agree, but who deals with it? What court does that? That wouldn't go to the Ontario court? Sure. So it's provincial. I didn't think it went that high with the provincial practice, but obviously it does.
Any other questions under offense and penalty provisions? Councillor McKechnie?
And Mr. Stone, what would merit a $50,000 fine?
Thank you, Madam Moore, and to the rest of council. Well, for first offense would obviously very flagrant violation in the sense that we've been trying to work with them. But let's say it's a corporation that has many short-term rentals in their fleet, and they've chosen not to register. So those types of fines are usually served for the big offenders. maybe it falls under what Councillor Carter was saying, that somebody was illegitimately renting their establishment and it wasn't up to code, someone got hurt and, physically injured or death. There could be something that would be a flagrant violation as well. So could be those types of things, but it's really at the liberty of the judge at that point to rule on that.
Oh, he's got a subsequent question. Go ahead.
Yeah, like the fines for aggravating the neighbor. Let's say it's $500 or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't know what it's going to be. I mean, this is such an important issue to me, is that, people who are renting these places out today, the people who are really not, I'm not talking about the people who are renting it out 10 weeks a year, but these people are renting 30, 40, 50 weeks a year. Like a $500 fine doesn't mean too much to them. You know what I mean? I know that it's going to double and triple and all the way up the ladder, but I just think that again, and there's so many of these past titles like that I could have made this comment on, and that is and whether it can be done or not, because some people don't want to learn, but to educate the people and that about the, whether it's the water safety. You do not go swimming, or if you're not in a kayak or a canoe in November in Haliburton County. I mean, you're talking, Councillor Carter's talking about somebody drowning. We've had 4 in my area, and it's just devastating to our whole community. The fire departments and the EMS and the police are involved. And it's so sad that it happens, but these people just come up and they don't realize how cold it is. But I'm just saying, these fines and everything, I can't emphasize enough that the people who are renting have really got to be educated to educate their renters to that, there's and of course it's our job to put these issues out to the owners, but I really think the owners have got to take it when they're making this kind of money. They got to understand that they've got to educate the people who are renting their place, and that covers a broad area. So I'll just stop there. But thank you,
Councillor Royale, and then Councillor Fury. Sorry.
Yeah, it sounds to me like under offenses and penalty provisions, it appears to me we're focused here on monetary penalties. So I'm going to assume, for the sake of argument, that revoking your license or suspending it for any period of time in combination with a fine, would we be handling that more under the licensing bylaw than we would here?
Mr. Stone.
Thank you, Madam Warren, to the rest of council. So in answer to the question, if an offense occurs during the 90 days of the registration bylaw, so for a more flagrant, got to make sure I say it right, issue with the bylaw, you can go to Part 3 summons and take that one straight to court. And there's a thinking in 10.3 to allow for ticketable offenses. To Councillor McKechnie's point is, so a simple noise violation, you could actually issue a ticket. Now I know just it'll be difficult within 90 days to get the courts to rule on Part 1 ticket offenses. That usually takes many more months than 3. So it most likely will appear at some point to have some bearing on the licensing bylaw aspect, not the registration. So, but to the councillor's question is that this does allow us, if whenever council sees fit to implement this or enact it, we could actually be, taking a Part 3 summons approach to something that's really bad out there right now. So thank you.
Councillor Fury.
On that same subject, I'm nervous when you take us to this court, because takes us 6 months to get a parking ticket for $10 proof. So would there be a schedule with this if we have to take that to this level, will there be a schedule? Because the operative words are no more than $50,000. Are they going to say the first offense, it's going to go there and it's $200, or what? How is that going to spell out? Just curious.
Thank you, Madam Warren, to rest the council. So yes, we're once we go to part 3 summons and we're in front of a judge, it's really up to the prosecution side. So in this case, the county or the township side, to demonstrate why it was a gross violation of the bylaw. And then the person who is facing the summons has an equal right to say, well, it's not really that bad. And then the judge will make the decision.
So the final page for consideration on this bylaw really is the delegation section, which provides for delegating authority to an appeals committee. Any question or concern about that? Well, I would suggest that we take a break for 15 minutes, and as Mr. Stone said, we'll distribute the licensing bylaw and see how we make out with that. Okay, welcome back. Hopefully, Councilor Rao will be back with us shortly. There he is. So we are into the actual licensing bylaw now. So I would ask if there's any questions with respect to the introduction, and Councilor McKechnie.
I don't have a question right now, but I just like to make a recommendation that over my years that I've been on councils, this will be my 4th term, been on a lot of committees, and like I say, this is just my opinion, and you know, maybe I'm going to offend some people, but I think we're all here for the number one reason, and that's the best interests of our county or of our municipalities. And to me, I've seen so many committees that are, you know, and I'm not saying that we're not getting anything done, but I think this is such an important issue right now. And there's so many people in the public on either side of the fence that want us to put something in place here sooner than later. I think it's always going to be subject to change. I really, really believe this. And like I say, I think that we should make a smaller committee amongst our group here, and a lot more would be accomplished. I'm not saying we're not accomplishing anything. And my own personal thing, I'd recommend the 4 mayors. And because Murray and we communicate every day. I'm sure every mayor and deputy mayor does. And Murray knows how I feel about a lot of issues, but I just think that we need to, there's so many legal things. How many times was that brought up right like today here about legal issues, which you mayors are right in tune to quite a bit, or you'll know the questions to ask. But that's just my recommendation that I make. I'd like to see this, and then, you know, we're gonna. I'm not saying that the deputy mayors are not going to contribute, because Murray knows I'll be giving my opinions and from behind the scenes, and then we bring it back here, and I just like to see us really get to the end game here, which is getting something in place. So, thank you for your time.
Well, I understand what you're saying about it. I think it's your belief that that might streamline things, you know, to a certain extent. My only question is, how that works, in a legal or procedural way, that when it comes right down to it, it has to be county council as a whole that makes a decision, which wouldn't preclude us having to go through this all over again to make sure, no, I can't speak for my deputy mayor because she's got a conflict in this issue, but I don't know how that would work. I guess we could make recommendations.
Yeah, it's not unusual to create an ad hoc committee that has a very specific purpose and a defined timeline. And so you could do that, and then that group could make recommendations to county council as a whole.
Go ahead.
I'll be quick. Like I say, I'm not trying to
That's what you
exclude,
need.
I'm not trying to exclude myself or Cease or Lisa or Jennifer, but I want this kid to get us to get something on the table here and sooner than later. And I think your word streamlining is a great word. It doesn't mean that we're not going to be involved. The final decision will be when we sit around here and we'll have to put our hand up or down of what we're accepting. I just think that I don't want to get to the goal line here quicker because I just know how important it is, and it's going to be April here in 30 some days. So not that we're going to have it ready by then, but that's all I'm saying. So.
But we have gone through the licensing bylaw. We know the specific, I'll get to you in just a second, Councillor Shell. We can follow through with getting some of the answers to the questions that we've raised about the licensing bylaw, hopefully PDQ, and at least proceed with that. And at the same time, if council is in agreement, we can follow that process. I mean, in this case, it works for me because my deputy's got a conflict and can't address it anyway. Councillor Shell.
I don't think that having the 4 mayors sit separate from council is going to streamline this at all. I think that's just you're going to have to come back, explain everything to us, and then we're going to have more questions. I think this should be everything should be discussed with all of council present and come to some kind of an ending on this. We have something before us today that we've had some questions that have to go back to legal. I think that should come back to all of council. I don't want to have to rely on Mayor Carter or anybody else to give me the information. It's too big of a decision.
Thank you. Councillor Royale. You're on mute. You're on mute.
I totally
Steve.
agree with Councillor Shell because
I'm sorry,
when we
you
have a
do or you
challenge like
don't?
this, I agree with Councillor Shell. Because at the end of the day, if we have any challenges within Highlands East, we usually, Mayor Burton and myself usually kind of talk it through, and we each give our opinion of what we think to do, and then we come up with what we feel is the best representation for our municipality. And in this particular case, not only that, but for the county. And I think that collaboration is extremely important on some issues. On others, obviously, it would not be. But like Councillor Shell said, I think this is one where it needs to be. Just my opinion.
I'm not excluding anybody. Like, I'm not saying Murray's not going to talk to me about what you're going into a meeting, say this did happen. I'd be saying, Murray, make sure you bring this up, and this up. These are the issues that I've got on my plate. And he'd come back to me and report what you 4 mayors come up with. I'm not saying that we're just going to we won't hear a word about anything until next time we're all sitting around this table, like discussing this. So whatever will be, will be.
We have, we've heard from 2 of the 3 deputies that are involved in the decision. We've heard from 3 of the 3 deputies, sorry. So I'm a little bit unsure about how to proceed here because, there's some sense in what you're recommending, but there's also, I can thoroughly accept, what I'm hearing from both of the deputy mayors, who, sometimes it's a matter of saying, well, here's my questions to your mayor, but questions raise other questions, and you don't necessarily hear the response from staff. So like I don't believe that this is up to me to make a decision about this. Councillor Burton.
We could talk about this till probably noon and get not a lot accomplished. I'm just gonna say, just leave it as it is and carry on.
Okay. I got a sneaking suspicion that members of the public have an opinion on that. Councillor Fury.
The only thing I would say is there's probably 15 legal questions there. And we're going to get 15 answers from a lawyer, but we're not going to all know unless Mike gets all the detail. Ask other questions about the questions. Somebody, yourself or somebody, should be involved in those conversations. And that's where I was kind of, look, nobody wants to exclude anybody. We're all county councillors. I understand that. But there is that issue that sometimes a lawyer will give you an answer, but if it leaves you with another question, who's going to ask those questions? And
Well, in my mind, there should be, I think that we need to send the questions out to a lawyer.
Yeah.
And hopefully it's one who can respond to us in a reasonably timely fashion. But then have them, give us a report but maybe have them here.
and what lawyer are we sending to?
Any thoughts there?
I don't agree.
Well,
I'd have to think.
now we're getting into talking about identifiable individuals.
There's 100,000 lawyers.
Councillor Carter.
Yeah, I think it's an important thing here because in terms of the lawyer, because as much as it's, you need somebody who knows municipal law, you also need somebody who's been involved in these types of businesses before, right? The people that work with the hotels and the resorts and all these other types of things. So it's it may not be an easy find.
I just do know that the one municipal lawyer that quite a few of us do use has taken quite a bit of time to respond to some things. And I believe that we need some timely answers here, particularly with respect to the registration. And I do, there's part of me that has a bit of a problem in excluding anyone, especially when we've heard from two people that just that wish to be able to participate in the discussion. So as Councillor Burton says, I would suggest that maybe we stop talking and start looking at the document that we've got in front of us, and go through it. And if we need to do more or further refinement at some point, maybe we can follow that process. So back to the introduction to the licensing bylaw and definitions. I'm assuming that we've all gone through these documents. Comments or questions about those sections? The introduction and the definitions. I think most of the definitions are the same as what were in the licensing or the registration bylaw. And they all come from other appropriate legislation. So if there's nothing on those sections, we're into the prohibition section. Councillor Carter, then Councillor Fury.
Just as a question about an explanation for 2.5.
Through you, Madam Chair, Warden, to the rest of council. So that would be like a commercial mini a strip mall, for example, something that's licensed for, I shouldn't say licensed, but zoned commercially. It just means that you can't operate a short-term rental out on Highway 35 in some of the commercial buildings there, I believe, is what that is trying to eliminate.
So I'm thinking of, what if I rented one of these large cottages and for the purposes of operating a water skiing school for a week?
That's correct. So that wouldn't be allowed in your, because a ski school would be in an appropriate waterfront commercial zone, I would imagine. It would be described as a permitted use within the zone, so you couldn't actually have your renters actually doing a ski school operation while they're renting.
Councillor Fury.
2.7. No licensee shall allow a short-term rental to be operated in contravention of the site plan that has been approved. There's no definition of site plan as I see the definitions. And what is that? Is that a sketch or is it a site plan done by a surveyor? Big difference.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the rest of council. So you'd have to go into further down into the licensing requirements.
It talks about, it addresses the
Yeah.
site plan and what's required.
So that would be found on, just to get my 5.1.
Okay.
5.1.
Okay,
Okay, yes. So it's in essence, any property owner could draw that themselves, provided it's drawn to scale and dimensioned appropriately. Could be, hopefully it would be, somebody would use a ruler to that effect.
anything else under that section? So this document as well will have to be reviewed completely by a lawyer. Under administration and enforcement. Councillor Carter.
Again, I think this is one of the ones that we sort of leave until we've got all the rest of the legal opinions. Back to setting up the plan and whether it's what needs to be done at the county, what needs to be done, at the municipal level, and what needs to be done, something in between.
Right. Well, I think there's a number of sections of both bylaws that we need to wait, hold on. Anything else under that section? And so we're into the license class. Now I had a question about the maximum number of 8. I think that there are certainly circumstances where some homes will take more than 8 people. Go ahead, Councillor Fury.
Hate to be talking all the time, but what about kids? What about people under 16? Are they counted as persons?
They are, if they're over 2, according to the terms of the
I think
bylaw.
that's ridiculous, but anyway.
But then if it's ridiculous, then what age
Well,
would you
six-
suggest?
If they're 12, I mean, they're still kids. They could be sleeping on a bunk bed. They're not, I think they're different. I think all the bylaws generally I've read separate them down. Well, you got a pair of twins and you're counting them.
Well, they're 2 people.
So they're 2 years old. Well, like, come on. I think that's a little over the top, but anyway.
I don't know. I would question it. I mean, that is specific to the septic systems. And I'm not sure how those 2 things correlate.
Okay.
Well, we can talk about these, but we have to land somewhere. We have to make a decision
Well, let's
about these
just pass it
things.
and not look at it then. If we don't land in the right place,
But I'm not sure that I agree that, that we shouldn't be considering kids, 12-year-old kids. To me, have as much of an impact on a septic system as an adult,
we're
as
different-
do a 10-year-old kid.
we're different than other municipalities. But anyway,
Councillor Carter, well, the point has been raised, so we need to hear from other members of council on this.
Yeah, I'm just speaking on the license class. I have some opinions on the number of people and what that should be, but I think that the whole idea of the license class was to protect the little guy. I mean, we're in a situation here where we're being forced to act, and we do still have a significant number of people that rent their cottage out for a few weeks a year to help them, pay the taxes, and they're renting to their friend at work or their brother-in-law or whomever it may be. And so, we want to protect the little guy. But I think that when we start having multiple classes of licenses, it just adds complexity to it. So, from my perspective, I think there should be 2 classes. There should be, for all intents and purposes, the little guy, and then, everybody else. And as far as I'm concerned, the little guy should be a maximum of 1 short-term rental. Basically the A here, the 30 days and the 8. Anybody beyond that is in our more general class and faces all of the rules, because now, as soon as you start having 2 or more locations and you're renting for more and more weeks during the year, like somebody who has 2 for 90 days is making a hell of a lot of money. And so, I think that they should be subject to the rules, or all the rules that we are establishing here. So that's my opinion. We have 2 classes, 1 to protect the little guy and another one for everybody else.
Thoughts from other members of council? Councillor Shell.
So first of all, just back to the 2-year-old, I think that the number for 2-year-old is because, generally speaking, and not always, but that's kind of the age when the child's still in diapers and that kind of thing. But anybody I have a 7-year-old niece who uses the septic service at my mom's when she's there far harder than I would, just based on the amount of toilet paper they choose to use. So I absolutely think that the correlation is the fact that the child, regardless of age, human, will be using the septic. So I think that has to stay as it is. As for the 2 classes that Councillor Carter has just suggested, would that save staff time? Not having to, spend as much time trying to figure out where people belong, and maybe even for enforcement. I'm not sure, but I'd be willing to look at that as well.
Thank you. Councillor Royale.
Yeah, it's a good point. I think we should definitely look at that. My other question though is more so related to, let's assume we stay with the B and C for now. Here we get into more than one unit. Now here we get back to the conversation we had in the other bylaw, and that is, do we treat them separately? Are they a group where you get demerit points across both, 3 or more, and that kind of stuff? So I'm not sure how that's going to unfold as we go forward, but I think it's something that we need to talk about is the fact that someone has more than one. Are they still treated independently? In which case, it doesn't matter how many you own then. But if they're going to be grouped together and you're going to get weighted over the 2, 3, 4, or 5 that you have, then that statement makes sense.
Councillor Carter.
Yeah, I guess I'm just thinking that if, even if somebody has all of their units under separate numbered companies, nobody's getting involved in doing this as a business and only renting for less than 30 days of the season. You know, somebody who's bought this as an investment property to make money is going to be beyond the 30 days for certain. So that's just my thought on, you know, the little guy versus the businesses.
Well, and for me, the number of nights rented per year and the maximum number of occupants are per unit.
Yeah. Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is if there's somebody has got 10 of them, and even though they're under separate numbered companies, so it looks like they've got 10 times 1, that if they've bought it for the purpose of investment, they're renting it for more than 30 days per year.
So other thoughts or thoughts from other members of council on the idea of 2 classes as opposed to 3? Councillor Burton.
I guess through to Steve, will that help streamline things?
Thank you, Madam Warden, to the rest of council. So streamlining things is really, I guess, it's really a function of how we as a department or how the municipalities will administer this. Whether you have, I think what the original architects of this bylaw was trying to do was to Councillor Carter's comment about try to establish a bylaw that was friendly to the occasional rental operator, and that's why you have class 1. Class 1 and 2, to me, the big one there is that from an aggregate rental standpoint, you know, they're renting a number of weekends throughout the year. That's why it's 90. Class 3 actually deals with sort of the larger operators where they have more than a few units, and you know they potentially are renting those units out for the entire year as well. So it from just a licensing standpoint, really the burden of responsibility is that of the applicant, and then ultimately for us in terms of administering and issuing it. So whether there's 1, 2, or 3 classes, I don't think that's much of a oversight burden when it comes to actually issuing those licenses. Where the oversight burden is actually well into the operation of these units, and whether, you know, if we only have 1 class with this particular bylaw, you have to issue a new license every year. So yes, if you have, let's say, 800 licensed short-term rental establishments, and you have to renew those every year, that's where the burden is in terms of administration.
So comments from other members of council on whether there should be 2 or 3 classes of license. Need to land somewhere here with this. So I need comments. Mr. Stone.
The only other thing, thank you, Madam Warden, to the rest of council, that I might say is that class number 3, if you choose to go with the 3, it's conceivable that actually an operator who just does one short-term rental would follow into C. So I think for the next time we review the class situation, depending on your direction today, we'd probably look at adding just clarifying class 3, because you could in essence have one short-term rental, but operating 365, and that would be warranted to be in a higher class. So we can look at that further.
I wonder if when we talk about the maximum number of occupants for say class A and B, if we shouldn't be specifying rather than saying 8, because you might have somebody who just rents that, their unit out once for less than 30 days, but there's more than 8 people. And there's opportunity there where the unit could have more than 4 bedrooms. So should we maybe clarify that based on the number of bedrooms to correlate with the rest of the bylaw? Councillor Carter.
Frankly, I don't really care about the number of people there. I guess what I'm saying is that if I've got one unit and I'm renting it for less than 30 days, that's very much the definition of somebody who uses their cottage most of the time themselves, and then rent it out for a couple of weeks to some friends or somebody they know. Whereas almost every other class looks like it's more of a commercial enterprise. I've bought this in order to make some money on it. So that's really, it's the number of days. I don't want us to get into the situation of, well, you know what, my neighbor, they rented it out for 92 days and they've got a class B license. It should be a class C, this kind of thing. I guess I'm seeing it as a very binary thing, little guy, everybody else.
Councillor Fury and Councillor Burton.
And I tend to, sorry, go ahead, Mary. No, I was just going to talk about your comment, Warden, about the maximum number.
Yeah.
And I would have no problem with 2 per bedroom instead of just changing it to straight 8, because there could be, like you say, more than 4 bedrooms in the place. Originally, was that not, and I should know, was that not 2 per bedroom plus 2 floaters? Did I imagine that somewhere?
Yeah, I think you did. I think it was 2 per bedroom. But Mr. Stone.
Madam Warden, thank you to the rest of council. So and again, I'm going back a few months in my recollection here, but I think the discussion with the previous council was really about the number of people. And if I recall correctly, the discussion really was around small cottages, small properties, where if you, when you think of kind of controlling the number, you could have 4 couples of 2. That means 4 SUVs parking on the small property. I think that's where the number 8 came from. Other bylaws do look at it from and I have in my notes here already that Scott certainly has been whispering in my ear to this effect, is to look at it from a bedroom standpoint, and bedroom is actually defined in this bylaw. So you could, develop a class based on bedrooms. The definitions tied back to the building code, and another further refinement is you could do a bedroom plus number of fixtures as per the building code, and that would tie it into the septic system operation. So I think, again, to summarize, the earlier debate was just really on the sheer numbers of people running around one particular small property, and that's where the number 8 came up with. So,
Councillor McKechnie.
Yeah, I definitely think that a 2-year-old is too young to be considered You take a 2-bedroom cottage and 2 couples rent the cottage, which happens all the time. And they've got, each of them have two children that are 6 and 4 or whatever. That's going on. I mean, so basically you're saying that the one couple could rent the 2-bedroom cottage and the twin 2-year-olds. Is that what you're saying?
That's what the bylaw is suggesting, that would be for people.
That's so ridiculous that it'll never, in my opinion, so ridiculous it'll never happen. And I kind of agree with this Councillor Carter in regard to, the 30 days or whatever number. You're renting it to your brother or your friend for a few weeks a year, 30 days, whatever. And then the other one is you're part of the short-term rental business, our policy that we're trying to put in place.
So you're saying two classes as opposed to 3.
Yes.
Councillor Fury, on the issue of 2 versus 3.
If you had a 5
Mike,
there's all kinds of places-
One person at a time. Oh, we need your microphone.
There's all kinds of cottages now that are being built, have 5 bedrooms and 6 bedrooms and a tile bed designed to handle that. So we're going to say 8. I just looked at Huntsville's, they're 10, which makes a little more sense. But I don't know,
Well, there's 2 issues here.
right?
One is the number of people and whether we should be limiting it to 8 because there are some units that are bigger than that. And the other is whether there should be 2 or 3 classes of license.
Right. And the number of bedrooms, that's out of consideration. You're allowed 2 per bedroom in most bylaws.
And that's what we're saying, but there's the argument about what age.
Well, I've given that up, we lost that argument, so let's move on.
But Councillor McKechnie has raised it again.
Okay.
Councillor Royale?
Yeah, I think we had this conversation last time around, but I'm going to ask the question again. The conversation wedged around like the 8 people. Now, is that 8 people overnight? Or is that 8 people on premises? An example would be, I've rented a cottage with my 3 young kids, and my brother comes up with his 3 kids, and now he's only up for the afternoon because we're going to have a barbecue and he's going home. On the other hand, when he's there, we now have a lot more people than we have bedrooms. So that question came up as to where do we do that? And why am I bringing that up? Because now all of a sudden I'm having a buck and dough on Friday night and I still only got 8 people staying there, but I got 23 people in the backyard having a heck of a good time.
Mr. Stone, then Mr. Councillor Carter.
Thank you, Madam Warden, to the rest of council to answer the question. Again, it's really the number of 8 is tied to those renting the short-term rental. So yes, you could have 4 couples, for example, and they all have high school kids and they show up for the campfire and that's it, they go home that night. So it would be, that number actually is tied to those people. The assumption is you're renting this overnight. So it
Using
would
the
be
bedroom.
those people would be staying there that night.
The argument was made actually by Councillor Kennedy at the time that there's lots of families that bring up all kinds of people for an afternoon or an evening for a campfire and then they go home. So I think this is related to bedrooms. Councillor Carter?
And so getting on to the number of people, I mean, if you go through all of these bylaws, there's a pretty standard number of 2 per bedroom. And then it comes down to the plus whatever, so some places have 2 per bedroom plus 4, other places have 2 plus per bedroom plus 2. They only count children over a certain age. So I think that those are 2 things that we need to land on. I think limiting it to 2 per bedroom is a little bit strict, especially when we're talking about the people that we would really hope coming up here are families. Little kids don't take up that much of the resources. They don't have an SUV They probably don't have their own boat trailer and that kind of thing. So it's it really comes down to coming up with a good number. Again, it's a little separate from this discussion on the number of classes, but I think that is a discussion that we need to have. I'd be fine with, that I can't remember it, maybe who has it, but 2 per bedroom plus 4. It really, recall that, the building code has a definition for what a bedroom is. And, and that's, I think in what we have asked for in the proposal, there's a sketch of the premises and what each area is going to be used for. So, the thing you want to prevent is all of a sudden they're stuffing 12 people down into the basement, and calling it a bedroom, and they don't have the way to get in and out of that very easily if some emergency happens. So I think the 2 per bedroom total is too strict, but we have to come up with some number.
Mr. Rovell.
Yeah, just to try and I think provide a bit of background. I know in my past experience where we landed, the 2 per bedroom, that a lot of it came down to what is the easiest way to enforce this and track this. And I would maybe encourage council, when you're looking at this, looking at it from the lens of how do you enforce these things? Because if council would ever proceed with the bylaw, the phone calls are going to start coming saying there's 11 people at the property or there's 12 people at the property, and how do you quantify that? And that was really where it was 2 per bedroom is an easy way just to say you could, that you could look at that, and then it helped avoid the overcrowding was really the ultimate goal. And in my experience, we looked at something like this. I'm not saying that again, this is an evolution, but that's really where it landed was, okay, then how do we enforce this? Because that's really what it comes down to, is how you track that. And the more nuanced and specific the bylaw gets, the more challenging it gets to enforce. Right.
But it would seem to me it wouldn't matter how many people that you could say 2 per bedroom plus 4.
Mhm.
Okay, so that could be 12. And there's 13. I mean, you're still going to run into people calling and saying there's more people there than what's are supposed to be there, no matter where you land. But we need to decide where we want to land. Is it 2 per bedroom? Is it 2 per bedroom as what do you call them, floaters? So is that 2 or 4? Let's see if we can agree. Councillor McKechnie, then Councillor Carter.
Yeah, I think, in the perfect world, short-term rentals would be adults that are really, gonna like respect their neighbors and respect the property that they're renting. But the people that I'd love to see rent beside me are families. Like what I always thought cottage life was all about was about families. Of course, that's the perfect world. So I mean, for us to say that 2-year-old, like a 3-bedroom cottage, and you've got 2 couples and they've got 6 kids under 5-6 years old. That's all that's going to be in those bedrooms. I don't see how it's going to work. Like Scott's saying there, to police this is you're going to need an army to do it. So I think we got to really try to cater to the families and in regard to, and have some common sense in regard to that they do sleep on the floor or on an air mattress like we all used to when we go to the cottage. So it can go on and on.
Councillor Carter.
Yeah, I think whatever number or whatever formula we end up using here to come up with the number, if it's 2 per bedroom plus 4 as an example, and there's 3 bedrooms plus 4, that's 10 people. We just have to make sure that if somebody wants to rent to a maximum of 10 people, that their septic system can handle the 10 people. So, it's all part of the application process, what the maximum number is going to be for that cottage. And we just have to make sure that it meets all the the specifics for that. Now, whether or not they sneak in a 2-year-old in a bag or something like that, I mean, we're never going to be able to really, determine that. But the problem is that when you have the egregious things where there's 18 people there and a neighbor complains and somebody goes out, well, then that becomes part of our whole process of demerit points and so on and so forth. So I just, whatever the real number is, as long as we've got it defined and we make sure that they can meet that standard. As Councillor McKechnie said, I spent time, going to cottages as a kid where I had the cot out on the the screened porch or on the air mattress on the floor. So I mean, I don't think it's that big of a deal.
We just need to land somewhere.
Yes,
That's all. So, I've heard 2 per bedroom plus 4. Thoughts, Councillor Shell? And we'll get to the issue of age. Again,
I would agree with that as well, because, sometimes you'll go into a bedroom where they have a double bunk bed on the bottom and then one up on top. And so, technically that can sleep 3, but as long as it's meeting the requirements of the septic service, I have no problem with that. So perhaps the, 2 per bedroom plus the 4 floaters is reasonable. I would agree with that.
Councillor Fury.
I agree with it because that's what I started to say to start with, but it didn't. It seems like we've done 180 here, but anyway,
Well, we started with age though, as opposed to
well, we did,
numbers.
but I was trying to make the point that like 2-year-olds and 5-year-old kids don't put off fireworks. They don't play loud music all night. They don't light bonfires. They don't yell and scream and make their neighbors their kids. So there has to be some compassion for families. I hear your point, Lisa, but I think we can find a good solution here for everybody. It is good for cottages are about families. And if we've lost that
They used to
somehow.
be.
Used to be, you're right.
Okay, so I'm hearing agreement on 2 per bedroom plus 4. And now we need to land on, okay, so what age? I agree with Lisa. It's all about the septic system, and the septic systems are the biggest issue that we've got. And I agree that if the septic system is approved for X number of people, that's fine. What are we going to call a person? I just kind of. Well, we have to decide, Councillor Carter. It's not funny. Councillor McKechnie.
Well, that's what I'm saying here. Like, we can debate here for hours on just this one topic here, and of course it's important. But what about when you like when my kids all come up? They come up 2 or 3 times a year. So I'm going to tell them, well, you can come Friday night, but you got to leave Saturday morning because your sister's coming Saturday morning with the kids. And I mean, because I'm going to be over my septic for that weekend. Whereas my septic is rated for 4 bedrooms, but my wife and I are there for probably, 275 days of the year, just the 2 of us. I mean, you start doing the numbers and all, like this scenario and that scenario of, we're not even talking about rentals. We're just talking about family coming up. Your cousins, your brothers, your sisters, uncles, whatever. I mean, this is a monster that we can sit here and debate for. That's what I was trying to say. Like, get it broken down and bring back a number to us where we'd say, yeah, two per bedroom and 4, call it floaters, whatever. I could go for that. But the age.
2 of our members did not agree with that. I mean, there's the.
Well, that's what I
problem.
mean.
You bring it back.
We're going to sit here and I probably won't be agree with something later down the road either, but I apologize. Sorry, I shut up.
Don't apologize. We've landed on, we're going to go through this document. All of us are going to go through this document. You wanted to go through it page by page, section by section. So that's what we're doing. And we'll see where we land at the end of the day. And unless somebody else has got another idea, everybody can roll our eyes and be upset, but we've agreed that we would go through this document. Unless you don't want to. And then we're really not landing anywhere. Councillor Carter.
I'm sorry, I was amused before. I was, seeing the situation where Mr. Stone was going up to a 2-year-old and asking for their papers to prove their age. But I think the situation, whether it's 2 or 4 or 6 year old is really the question for me. I think, I think that I think if you've got the 2 per bedroom plus 4, you've given yourself a certain amount of wiggle room where people can, bring their children up. And so I really don't care if it's 2, 4, 6, 8, or 10.
But it's identified in the document somewhere.
Yes.
So that's why we need to come to a conclusion. Mr. Stone.
Just so everybody knows where it is in the document, it would be 6.2.
In this document.
Yes. And that section actually spells it out pretty clearly that it would be 2 persons per guest room, as stated in the approved license. And then for the purpose of that, children over the age of 2 years shall be counted as a person. So.
Thank you.
And just again, where the classes did come out, it was really the discussion about overcrowding. There was a previous council was quite concerned just about the intensity of the use of the shoreline, the cottage, and the facilities, and that's why they came up with a maximum number of 8.
So if you disagree with 2 years old, where would you like to land? 5 years old, 6 years old? I don't agree with 12 years old because I think that's like, we've heard what Councillor Shell has said, and she's got a lot more experience with kids than I do. I need to hear from council. If you disagree with 2.
You
then
really
what
want to
do you-
hear, you really want to hear from me? Okay,
Yes, we do.
but believe me, how could you police this? Like the guy's got 4 kids. And they're 14, 15 years old. They're not driving, they're not drinking. At least they're not supposed to be.
And they're using the septic system.
Okay, but I mean, how many families on the weekend are up and on my lake that I know they've got a family do going on. They got, some people have 3 or 4 siblings and they all come up quite often. I mean, this, to me, it's not the families and the young, the children that are, say, under 16 or whatever, that are causing all these issues that we have, all the concerns, like Murray said, fireworks and loud music going on. I'm not saying 16-year-olds won't play music, but at least the parents can semi-discipline them. At least they should be able to tell them to turn the music down. But I mean, this is, like I say, this is the monster that it's just every time I open my mouth, I'm growing another head. Somebody can debate it.
Well, I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying that if we have something in this document that says 2 years old and we don't agree with it, we need to come up with something to replace it. That's all. Councillor Carter.
Yeah, I think that, why do we have it? Yeah, policing it would be extremely difficult. But again, most of our complaints don't come from, the family rentals. They're coming from groups of people who are organizing, huge parties or whatever it is. So the thing is that most people are going to follow the rules. So if the place is rented, for a maximum of 8 people or 10 people, and it's defined that people are over 2, most people are going to follow the rules. Yeah, there's going to be some exceptions, but yeah, they're probably not going to be people that are causing us the loud music late at night. Few 2-year-olds are going to be in that category. So, again, if we go with 2 per bedroom plus 4, everybody over 2, and that's stated, then we see how it works. And then if it's a problem in the future, then we deal with it. But at least then it says we're being responsible. We put the owner and the renter on notice as to what the rules are. And if somebody has 30 people stuffed into the basement and something happens, well, you know, we did what we, at least on the surface, we could by coming up with rules.
However, Councillors Fury and McKechnie disagree with the 2-year-old. And no, I know, but I'm waiting to hear from everybody else. I've heard Councillor Shell say that 2 years or 2 years is something that should be considered. Councillor Shell?
Yeah, again, I mean, if as a county and for the past few years, we've been making a huge effort to make sure that, you know, all these septic inspections are done and that everything is as it should be. I think that the septic portion of this bylaw is a huge consideration, considering that I would say 99.9% of these short-term rentals are waterfront properties. What Councillor McKechnie is saying, you know, regarding, you know, he himself owns a place on the lake and, you know, his family may come up 3 times a year. That's not going to be the huge impact on his septic, the way that somebody who just purchases a cottage, or I shouldn't say a cottage, but a residence on a lakefront property, and then they're renting it out every weekend. So then if you're looking at having, you know, say you've got 10 people extra every weekend, is completely different than the person who owns the property, has their family up and stays a few weekends or even a few weeks of the summer. If we're going to take the septic thing seriously, I think it has to be anybody who is old enough to use the toilet. And I'm still fine with the 2 per bedroom and 4 floaters.
Councillor Burton?
I tend to agree, but I guess maybe I'm going to say that a person's a person. So to me, it matters not what age. And you know, with Bob's idea or Bob's comments about 2 per bedroom and plus 4, I think the opportunity is there for them.
For 2 years up.
Yep.
I know. Okay, well, that's the majority of us. Sorry, Councillor Rail. I think it's time for us to have.
Yeah, I'm good with the 2 per bedroom plus 4 and age wise, whatever the group says, that's fine because it's not hung up for me. And I know where I live, we have 6 basically all live in this particular area. And whenever we're dealing anything, my next door neighbor a couple of weeks ago had a big bash. And the first thing he did before we even started, he went out the weekend before, told everybody what he was doing, explained what was going to happen, blah, blah, blah. And then he went and invited everybody because that's the easiest way to solve a problem, is to bring people there. How often does it happen? I don't know. It's maybe a couple of years ago, but so that's not the kind of challenge that we're running into. What we're running into or wanting to deal with is the ones that are just going up and saying, let's get a cottage and we'll have a buck and doe for Fred and Sally and go from there. And the other thing too is that all this stuff is complaint driven. So policing, as in a Big Brother type scenario where you're monitoring, the odds of that happening are probably 0 to none. What's going to happen is you're going to get a complaint, and then the complaint is going to have to be investigated. When the complaint is investigated, that's where you need the black and white. Because if you got the black and white and there is an area where a gray could be understood, that would be up to the people who are judging it, regardless of where that goes, whether it's Mr. Stone or whether it's a litigation. They're going to go by what we've written and they're going to make a decision inside of that boundary as to where it should or shouldn't be. And I'm more concerned making sure at the end of the day that we've got stuff that we can enforce as opposed to stuff that we can technically monitor. And I have a great respect for septic systems as well. But at the end of the day, it's going to be difficult to monitor that. Although if you define it in 4 plus or 2 per bedroom plus 4, you got most of it right there anyway. And age-wise, I'm 73. I can't remember what it was like to have a 2-year-old. So, but I would give to those who want to keep it at that age, because I don't think it's going to be a problem when it comes to complaints.
Thank you. Okay, so the final thing that we need to decide on this license class is whether we're going to have 2 or 3. I don't disagree with with what Councillor Carter has put out about 2 licenses as opposed to 3. I would just like to hear from other members of council, 2 or 3. 2. I'm a 2. Councillor Carter's a 2. Okay, 2 classes. And lunch is here, so we will break for a half an hour. Welcome back, everyone. So we are now at licensing requirements in the licensing bylaw. I would just ask that we try and stick as close as we can to the subject at hand and to be as decisive as we can, because there's still a fair bit to get through. So are there any concerns under the licensing requirements? Councillor Ferry.
I'd like to go to number J. I'm not sure that 2 million's enough if we had an issue and 3 or 4 people died or something, and you're young people. And most of the townships have 5, and I like the idea that it identifies a short-term rental. So I'm just asking whether we get another legal opinion, whether we can move from 2 to 5 without any kickback.
Councillor Carter.
I agree.
Okay. We'll check on that. Anything else under licensing requirements? Councillor Carter.
Actually, I had brought up before, and this is a good place for it, is that the frequency of inspections. So for instance, on, P on the septic is whether or not it needs to be inspected every year or every 2 years or whatever. Because it's not like a regular home, particularly the commercial ones.
So to add a clause that states frequency.
I leave it to Mr. Stone.
Councillor Fury and then Mr. Stone.
Are we going to allow the license for 1 year? If it is, it should be inspected yearly. If it's going to be for 2 years, when we get to the license, I haven't got that far yet, then I think you could do it every 2 years. It depends on the length of the license. Could we tie it to that?
Mr. Stone.
Thank you, Madam Warden, to the rest of council. So 6.14 deals with the duration of the license. So it is for 1 year, which would say that you have to provide the certificates every year to get your license.
Councillor Carter.
Yeah, and I think that's fine. If it is, we haven't got to how long the license should last for, but I guess what I'm saying is that I would like these inspections to take place, frequently, whatever that is
Tie it to the
defined
length
as.
of the license.
And the license may be a longer term. The thing about having a 1 year license to me is that if we've got, if we've got 1,500 of these, that's going to be processing 1,500 licenses a year. And a lot of them are going to be, well, somebody didn't pay their fines, or somebody has got so many demerit points and yada, yada, yada. I just think it's a big administrative burden to have an annual license. And it's like anything else, this a business is going to be operating for more than 1 year anyway. But I would, even if we had a 3-year license or something, I would still like that things such as septic and fire be inspected annually.
I would just comment that if say we had 1,200 licenses, that's 1,200 septic inspections. I don't know that we've managed to do. Okay. So are we in a Councilor Rail? You guys have switched.
Yeah, I like the idea of going with it, and maybe Mr. Stone could be. You could also break it up so you got half on the odd year and half on the even year. So instead of all of them coming up every 2 years, when you get your license, same, sometimes you get your driver's license, it's the same thing. You might get your very first license may only be 1 year, or it could be 3 years, depending on where our quota is for odds and evens. And then at the end of the day, you can now balance out so that the workload is spread evenly over every year. If you want to make it a 3-year program, then divide it by 3. I mean, it just makes it so that at the end of the day, there's more distribution of work. And as far as the inspections are concerned, yeah, whatever we decide there, it should be tied into the same scenario.
Councilor Carter.
Sorry, and when I say that, back to our license levels, this applies to the higher license level. I think that the person who's renting, who's got that lower class or lower level license of just renting out to their brother-in-law, once a year, shouldn't have to go through a yearly inspection. That's not much different than just a normal cottage occupancy. It's really the commercial ones that need to be inspected more frequently.
So for the second class, it would be tied to the
Yeah.
length of the license.
Yeah.
Are we in agreement with that? Okay. Anything else under licensing requirements? Okay, then we'll move on to general provisions. Sorry, No, I take that back. I was going to ask a question, but I found it. Under general provisions. So this is where we would talk about the duration of the license. Councilor Carter.
Yeah, just a question about the parking. It's how do and I think you probably have it in here, but just to clarify, how do things like boat trailers and snowmobile trailers and ATV trailers, how do they fit in? So we don't want them out parked on the side of the road either.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to rest of council. So you would want to refer to 6.4 and 6.5. and 6.6. So the first one being 6.4 talks about maximum number of available parking spaces and how big those parking spaces will be. So 3 by 6. So that would be the size of an average pickup truck. And then it said compliance with other parking provisions as set forth in the applicable zoning bylaw or parking bylaw. So this bylaw would defer to the municipal zoning bylaw in regards to parking of trailers, et cetera, et cetera. Then when you look at actually the quantity of parking spaces, that's in 6.5. So 1 parking space per bedroom. And then 6.6 just refers to other vehicles shall only be permitted in the parking area. So, and it describes what that parking area is to look like. So now,
So that would be over and above the required parking of 1 per bedroom,
right.
as long as it's on a hard surface.
Yeah. Now, vehicles being what it is, probably wouldn't deal with trailers, right? So,
Right.
so
It
you
would also depend if the trailers was over 2 years old. They would.
Exactly. But I think it's an issue that if, if somebody brings up all the snowmobile trailers and so on, like where are they putting them? I looked to Mr. Stone to tell me where they're gonna put them.
Madam Warden, that's I can simply say that this bylaw doesn't contemplate for trailer storage. And again, it would this bylaw would defer to the municipal zoning bylaw in that regard. So
But it doesn't solve the problem, doesn't solve the question. Because we don't want them on the road. So it would suggest that there needs to be something that would address that. Go ahead, Mr. Stone.
Madam Warden, for rest of the council, you could add a provision in terms of that section of the bylaw that if the rental establishment caters to folks that use ATVs, for example, or snowmobiles, that part of their site plan would include provisions for the parking of trailers. And it may be that you get a parking plan for a very small property, and it's obvious you can't put large ATV trailers or snowmobile, and then that would be subject to the terms of their license, right? They would just allow for vehicle parking and not the accessories associated with that.
Our CIO would like to make a comment.
Would it be possible just to put words in that all trailers and or vehicles would need to be accommodated on the property?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the rest of council, my simple answer would be no, because you don't want to set a provision in the bylaw that actually is contrary to the municipal zoning bylaw. So, for example, an RV trailer, I know in the bylaws I dealt with, could never be parked in the front yard, or in this case, if it's a waterfront property, in the backyard, right? So, I would, where it says here, compliance with all other parking provisions as set forth in the applicable zoning, I think that's adequate enough. I think what we need to do is just further enhance it a bit to deal with rental establishments that do cater to recreational vehicles, either in the summer or the winter.
Does that satisfy the question? Okay. Any other questions about general provisions, Councillor Fury? And then Councillor Rao?
6.8. It's a good idea to put the sign on it. Well, they're putting the sign, I did see one where they're putting the sign, some kind of indication on the 911 sign. Because if it's on the cottage, unless you trespass, you wouldn't know that it's cottage rental. So, it's a twist, I don't know if that's possible.
On a 911 sign?
Could be just the start, could be anything. Our bylaw guy, bylaw guy thought it was important that the number of persons that are allowed on that license are somehow put on the building along with the notice that it's a cottage rental. I don't know if that's possible or not. So if it's 10, it's 10, you know, whatever it is.
Comment?
Yeah, through you, Madam Warden, to the rest of council. So yeah, you can actually, you can post signs anywhere. This signage is specific to the folks who are renting. So it's really for that reason. And what you're suggesting is posting for the folks in the neighborhood, really. So yeah, we can certainly look into whether or not there's other examples out there and include that. So
If you would do that, that would be great. Councillor Rael?
Yeah, my question is related to accessory dwelling units. I mean, the word that we're probably most familiar with is bunkies. And then there's a lot of people that have bunkies today, which are basically extended bedrooms. I'm quite comfortable with and truly believe they should not be sent out as a separate unit. That's for sure. In other words, you're living in the thing and you're, but when you're leasing your entire cottage, are we saying that whoever's renting the cottage cannot include the bunkie as part of the rental? In other words, you're renting the whole cottage, there happens to be a bunkie. Sorry, you can't put any people in the bunkie, but you can put them in the cottage. As opposed to you can't rent the cottage, you can't rent the bunkie out separately. That's just not going to happen. So my question is, can it be included as a bedroom or not?
Thank you, Madam Warren, to the rest of council. You'll have to actually go back to the definitions. So, and it's sort of all tied. A number of definitions sort of speak to the issue of where you can actually, in what rooms you can rent. So you go to dwelling, it's a residential building, so a bunkie not necessarily be termed that. A dwelling unit refers to a house, single housekeeping unit, and would have sleeping, sanitary conveniences. So it would have bathroom fixtures, et cetera, in there. It talks about a guest room. So a guest room is a room, and it states that it's within the dwelling. And then a habitable room again refers to something that you would find actually in the primary building. So it's a room that like living, dining, sleeping, bathroom, and kitchen accommodations for persons. There's specific reference to not in accessory buildings either. That was a requirement that was added by the previous council. So yeah, while it's not specifically mentioned as a prohibition, you'd have to look at that section in the bylaw, and I'll just quickly turn to that.
It does say though, Steve, in dwelling unit, it says for the purposes of this bylaw, dwelling unit does not include a tent, trailer, mobile home, a room or suite of rooms, a boathouse, or an accessory dwelling unit.
Right. It doesn't say specifically a bunkie, but by virtue of it not being listed as a dwelling unit, et cetera, it would not be allowed to be rented.
But does that not mean that the bunkie could not be rented as a separate unit? But if you've rented the cottage and they're in the property, I would think that the bunkie would be included. You couldn't rent out the bunkie as a short-term rental, period. But if it was part of the overall property and included in the sleeping accommodation, aren't bunkies added to the requirements for septic systems? an additional bedroom? Counselor Carter.
Yeah, I think you may be talking a couple of different things here is that one, we have to determine the total number of people that can be accommodated in this rental, which we've determined is 2 per bedroom plus 4. But then once somebody has rented it, where they sleep, in fact, is not really of concern to us. If if the father and the kids are going to sleep in a tent overnight to get that experience, or going to sleep on the screened-in porch or on the dock or wherever they want to sleep, that's really up to them. If there's a bunkie, the kids can sleep in the bunkie. What we have really determined is the total number of people on the site by determining the rental. Where in fact they sleep is maybe something different, and Mr. Stone will correct me here.
I think you and I were saying the same thing. Mr. Stone.
Thank you, Madam Warren, to rest of council. So it's not specifically mentioned that you could actually use any sort of bedroom space that is in a bunkie, because it would be a separate building. This bylaw is very specific in the sense that it's dealing with the primary structure, being that a dwelling or a cottage. So if you want to allow for bunkies, existing or otherwise, to be part of the rental mix of space on a property, you would have to add it as an exception to that.
But in a way that would not allow the bunkie to be rented out as a separate unit. It's part of the overall, as Councillor Carter said, it's part of the overall accommodation of the main building. But you wouldn't have a cottage and be staying in it and rent out your bunkie to somebody else. Yes, Councillor
You
Burton.
may.
Well, I think that we don't want that to happen though. We don't want people renting out bunkies separately.
Look, I'm pretty sure our bylaw doesn't, we don't have plumbing or cooking in any of our bunkies, if I'm right. I don't know what the other ones are. You guys,
I'm sure some of them do.
well, some of them are already hooked up or whatever, but
Mr. Stone?
Thank you, Madam Warren, to rest of council. Again, to be very specific to the bylaw, how it was written, originally drafted last fall. This one, and that's why bunkies are there for whatever reason, the authors were silent on that, but it's driven by the maximum number of persons allowed to be part of the rental mix, and that was 8. But that being said, yes, I'm well aware of that cottage properties do have bunkies, and I've stayed in them myself with my aunt and uncle. But we use the main facilities in the main cottage. But as this bylaw is currently drafted, it wouldn't allow that to happen. That you'd be looking at rental accommodation solely within the primary structure, dwelling or cottage. So if you want to allow that to happen, again, one of my earlier references was to look at number of bedrooms plus, fixtures and being at size to the septic system. That's a further safeguard to ensure that, if you are using structures that do not have facilities in them, that at least the primary structure is set up and serviced with an adequate septic system. That may be something we can build into this bylaw.
I don't want to complicate the bylaw any more than it is, and I don't want us to find out that somebody is renting out their bunkie as a separate unit. But, as to, a family coming up and the kids wanting to sleep in the bunkie, I don't have an issue with that. I don't think that we're intending on saying the kids can't sleep in the bunkie. Are we? Oh, stop. We got past that. Do we want to make a special provision for a bunkie? Counselor Carter.
I think that as we have determined, you can't start including the bunkie in your total number of bedrooms and things like that, but I mean, once it's if it's on site, the fact that somebody's actually going to sleep in it, I don't have a problem with that.
Does anyone else have a problem with that? Counselor McKechnie.
But just one quick question. So a guy's got a 2-bedroom bunkie and he just put in after he built the bunkie, he had to put in a new septic system. So the septic system was built to accommodate the 3 bedrooms in the house and the 2 bedrooms in the bunkie. You could still not use that as a short-term rental. Or, is that what you're saying?
As a separate unit,
No, not as a separate unit. Could he not?
as part of
Could
the,
you not rent out? Could you not advertise for 5 bedrooms? If the septic system was constructed to accommodate the 5 bedrooms. Because the septic's important, I understand.
Counselor Burton and Mr. Stone.
I was just gonna say, we also have what they call lofts and garages, so where's it gonna end?
Mr. Stone.
Thank you, Madam Warden, for rest of council. So to Councillor McKechnie's question, that's early on I made reference to, tying rental accommodation to the number of bedrooms and to, septic system design. So I think, yes, if a simple answer would be if the person has put in a brand new septic system and it's now sized to accommodate 5 bedrooms and 3 of them in their main cottage and 1 is in a bunkie and the other one is in a separate loft garage, then that could form part. I'm simply saying that as the bylaw is structured today, what you're looking at in terms of draft is not worded that way. So we would have to make some adjustments to that effect. So to Councillor Burton's question about an accessory unit over a garage, and there's plenty of those out there, so that it would have its own kitchen, its own habitable rooms, and so on and so forth. This bylaw is structured in such a way that it would not allow that to happen. So,
Do we want to amend the bylaw to include bunkies, or do we want to stay silent on it and see what happens? Got to land somewhere.
I was saying, if the guy is trying to put, when he's putting in his new septic system and he says, well, I got a 2-bedroom bunkie there. And when the building official comes out to measure up the size of septic system he needs, he's spending another $5,000 or whatever for a bigger septic. I'm just trying to cover that part of it. So I'm not saying that somebody who has an old system and then they build a bunkie and then they're going to use the bunkie and the septic system isn't up to speed. I totally understand that those numbers don't jive. But if the system was built specifically to accommodate the 5 bedrooms, I don't know.
My only concern is that I don't want to do anything that would allow a bunkie to be rented out as a separate unit, separate from the, nor do I, nor a loft in a garage. But, where people sleep, if they've got the right number of people on, where we've landed with the, 8+4. Councillor Carter.
Yeah, I would support Councillor McKechnie.
So that's just no change to the bylaw or a change to the bylaw? Saying what? Saying precisely what?
That a bunkie could be used in the calculation of the number of bedrooms as long as
The septic system
the
allows.
septic system allows.
Okay. Okay, anything else under general provisions? Councillor Fury, then Councillor Carter. Which section?
24-hour notice of the occurrence to the owner and agent. Quite often that's an hour in some of the bylaws. I think 24 hours. That's fine for agencies that aren't in the county, but the ones that I talk to are all responding within an hour.
That's actually one of the points that I wanted to raise, was that 24 hours doesn't cut it in some circumstances. Certainly won't resolve the complaints that we're getting. That there's got to be someone within an hour that must respond. Scott, go ahead.
Through you, Warden. So that's covered in item 6.10. So it says the owner's agent, or responsible person will respond within 60 minutes to an emergency or contravention of any applicable bylaw. I think the 24 hours is probably, we would have 24 hours to notify them that there is an infraction. I think would probably be the spirit of that.
So the one says you deal with it within 60 minutes and the other says that you will arrive on the property within 24 hours.
Okay, why can't we put them in the same phrase, same line? Simplify it.
Councillor Burton.
We'll have to come up with a time because it's not possible to get to some of the places in an hour.
Well, the point is that you have somebody responsible appointed that can be there within an hour.
Are you talking township or you're talking owners?
No, the owners. Councillor Carter.
Yeah, I think that the one of the things here is it says respond. So, the thing is that, if there's a noisy party going on down the road from me and I complain and I go to this most responsible person whose name, as far as I'm concerned, should be listed on the website. So I can find out for that address, this is a responsible person. That responsible person then calls up the renter and they close down their music. I don't care if they showed up or not. If they did it with a phone call, that's something. And then I think the 60 minutes is a grain of salt. If it's at the far reach of the down at Miners Bay or whatever, it's going to be pretty difficult. I think, what we talked about when we're doing all this, I mean, obviously there's going to be more septic inspections. So whoever is running septic inspection businesses probably can staff up. There's now going to be a whole new category of people who are rent themselves out as the most responsible person for all these cottagers or these cottage owners. It's going to be a new business, and they need to respond within a certain period of time. And so, I think I think these somehow, I'm not really certain why the two provisions here. Can't really think about what they are, but I think that they could be merged together somewhere where the more responsible person or the most responsible person, whatever it is, it's a little fleshed out a little bit better as to what their role is and what they have to do. If they can rectify the problem by phone, I'm good with that.
Okay, we'll leave that with staff. Councillor Royale.
Well, I just want to make sure that we identify the difference between respond and resolve. Sometimes the situation, for whatever it might be, especially for something like plumbing or whatever, or like that, may not be resolvable in 60 minutes, but there needs to be a response within 60 minutes. And then whoever put the complaint in has got an action plan from the person who responded, kind of indicating what they're going to do. And if they don't like that answer, now they can file an official complaint on whatever website we set up that they can do that. And then it goes to the next step.
Okay, anything else under general provisions? Councillor Carter.
Yeah, I back to this, Matt. I would like that we have a provision already built in to say that, if if a MAT tax comes in it will be applied?
At the lower tier.
Well, it has to be at the lower tier.
Yeah, I
for
know.
that tax. So, but the point is that I just want, when anybody signs up for this, you know, I don't want that we have to go through the whole huge battle on the MAT tax. This is something that they pretty much know may be coming. And we should make a provision to put that in. I'm looking to streamline the process of if we decide to do a MAT tax, that you know, it all of a sudden it becomes a little bit like that separate document we have for fees. You know, we don't have to go into every bylaw and, you know, change the fees in every bylaw. We've got you know, every bylaw refers to the fee table.
I believe that we would have to change our fee bylaw. And you know, I also think that the MAT tax is something that needs to have a totally different discussion. I'm not sure, unless you just want to put a general statement in
Yeah.
here that says, should a MAT tax be established in a lower tier, the applicant or registrant must be
Yep.
prepared.
That's exactly it.
Okay. Anybody have an issue with that? Scott, sorry.
Thank you, Warren, and not an issue. One food for thought, I guess, for council is when this is getting established, it might be worthwhile to do all of this in kind of a combined shot, so that when you have people registering and signing up for their license, at the same time, a requirement of getting a license is they sign up for whatever remittance system the townships have identified in their accommodation tax bylaw. So that you're not going to be chasing them at a later date to get them to remit money. You kind of do it all in one process, because you're trying to make this as simple and streamlined as possible for the people that are doing this. And then the easier it is, obviously online is key, but then they can do that. And then in some areas, if they have an accommodation tax, depending on the monitoring mechanisms that the township or municipality chooses, they won't renew the license if kind of the accommodation tax hasn't been remitted back to that given jurisdiction. It's kind of another fail safe to ensure the money's coming in. And you know, I've heard a lot today about not wanting the ratepayer, the taxpayer, to be subsidizing this. So that tax basically can also be a bit of a fail safe for the townships when they're on the portion that they choose to retain, that you can then pull some money from there if additional bylaw costs, or, you know, there's going to be administration costs with just having people accepting all this. So
is there not a legislated percentage that municipalities are allowed to?
No, so there's through your warden and members of council. It's not a legislated percentage as what the actual fee is for the tax. So the consistent rate we've seen across the province, I think there's about last time Tracy kind of did a scan, there was, I think, around 20 or 21 municipalities that were charging an accommodation tax on short-term rentals. It was 4%, but the township could say, hey, we're going to charge 2%, and that's the fee. The legislated requirement is that the lower tier can only retain 50% of the revenue generated through that tax.
That was my question.
And then the other 50 has to go to a tourism marketing or destination marketing.
So if we wanted to put a general statement in about MAT tax, that would have to be in both bylaws. You'd want them to know right up front during registration.
Right.
Well, I mean, you're the one who said
Yeah, no,
we want
I'm
them to
good.
know up front.
Yeah, I'm good. I just don't want us to have to reopen up all the bylaws and everybody acting like it's a huge surprise that you know, we are going to potentially have a MAT tax to be able to develop the tourism that A, everybody wants to have, and B, is a way to make sure that our taxpayers aren't subsidizing all this.
Councillor Fury.
Well, I think we'd be out of our mind not to put that tax in place. I mean, we all know that they use the roads, the visitors here, they're using the landfills. And it's a huge revenue for municipalities. So I think it should go in right away as soon as we can. And the bylaws plan with that. I know 2% for tourism. I see you got your hand up.
That's why he's excited
No.
about it.
Well, I mean, there's no given that the townships would actually, you know, they can do what they want with the other 50% about who they give it to. Now, I shouldn't say it's got to go to a tourism marketing association, but that, you know, is loosely defined within the regulation. I just, for the sake of the discussion, I did get Tracy and I'm very grateful. We crushed some numbers based on the data we received. So just a point of clarification, earlier on today, I talked about what the actual, the average daily rate was, and Monday morning was looking at the wrong column, but on the high end, the ADR in July is about $450 per night. And at the low end, we saw $355. So based on the data we have, we, you know, had to kind of extrapolate because we only have 6 months for 2022. So we had to multiply that by 2, obviously, but the number we came to based on a 4% tax rate, assuming 100% of the STRs are actually remitting, which that is a challenge, but that's what we worked off of. The program itself would generate approximately $1.3 million in totality across the county. I could break that out by township. So 50% of that, so about 650,000 would go to a tourism marketing organization. Important to note as well, a lot of language recently with some of the bylaws when giving that other 50% not away, but directing it to another organization through usually a transfer payment agreement. So it's really clear about what the deliverables are. Municipalities have been building in kind of like economic development related programming. So it's a way, again, that you're not only are you generating revenue for the townships, you're also, if it were the county, you're actually saving money at the county level, because then a lot of the funding that we're taxing the ratepayer for is now being picked up through this program. So just food for thought there.
And one other thing that had caught my eye in all of this is that it can be used for housing. That's one other area that it can be used for.
Go ahead.
So when we implemented this in a previous place of employment, one of the commitments that was made actually to the hotel industry, and I'm not saying council's going to go and explore that right now, we're just talking STRs. That was a big piece of actually implementing the tax on short-term rentals, was taking that revenue and directing it specifically to housing. And the discussion was really around too, our tourism related businesses were struggling with, you know, seasonal housing for their employees. So there could be things like that. So there's really not a limit on what can be done with the money. It's really about what's kind of in the agreements between the organizations saying, hey, we're giving you X, but for X, we want to see Y. And that can be very detailed about what the township specifically want to see that other money spent on.
Go ahead, Councillor Fury.
I just don't question, I'm just trying to think. If the municipalities decided, because it's for tourism and you're the #1 tourism promoter, that we were going to give a portion of that to the county, if the municipalities collect it, I think that makes sense. For me, it does. You know, we could share a little bit with you. No, I didn't say a whole lot, a little bit.
We could have compensated us for all the time we're spending to develop this thing in the first place. Go ahead, Scott.
Your word, and I think further to that. So I'm just using this as an example. I'm not saying this is what the townships will decide, but if Dysart decided they wanted to give their other 50% to the county, what you could do within that is again say this is what we want to see this money used for, because I know we'll hear a lot if council wants to proceed down this road. People talking about it's our money, and it's once it kind of ends up in the township's bank account, it's public money. So there, you can create a level of transparency with how that money's spent. You could even further that and perhaps, and I'll use Dysart as an example again. They may say, hey, 10% of the money, 10% of that total 50, we want to see that for joint projects, perhaps, right? Maybe the township's looking at a recreation project, which all impacts tourism and economic development in the grand scheme of things. So there's a lot of flexibility there. Obviously you can't retain more than 50. You can choose to retain less. Some municipalities do that. It's not something I would recommend, but as far as how it gets spent, really, it's, you have lots of control.
So we're agreed that we want to put a general statement in the registration that be aware. You had another comment, Councillor Carter?
Yeah, just one comment, and then the question was on the, we've got, I think, countless number of projects, whether they be rail trails or signage or whatever that, we could, where we could usefully employ these types of tax dollars, improving trails, whenever we talk about, a bridge that needs to be repaired on the rail trail or whatever it may be. I mean, I think that there's lots of uses for that money locally. The other, and then my other question is on, I guess, 614, we have to determine the length of the license in this provision.
Okay, so thoughts on the length of the license?
I think that the license should be for 2 or 3 years. I'm open, but I think 1 year is just is too much. We have the provisions with the demerit points that if somebody is being a bad actor, we can take care of them, so to speak. But I'm trying to reduce the administration as much as possible. If somebody wants to change their license, well, then they'd have to come in. But if everything remains stable, I'm okay with it being, I mean, the cost of the license may be then changed to a different number, but the thing is I'm good for it to be 2 or 3 years.
Councillor Fury?
Well, I certainly could live with the 2 years. I'm a little concerned with 3 years. That's quite a time. And what happens if we found out we're not getting enough revenue? We want to bump the license fee up by $200 or something. So, yeah, I think that's reasonable.
2 years. Councillor Burton and Councillor Royale?
And I'm fine with the 2 years as long as we are going to conduct the inspections every year.
Councillor Royale?
I'm just going to throw a bit of a twist in it. We've got the 2 categories of rentals. And again, we're not trying to milk money out of the little guy. So maybe we could have for Class A, a 3-year renewal, and a Class B, a 2-year renewal. Make it easier on the small guy. Just throwing it out there.
Well, there are already different levels of fees for both of them. So I don't see that I mean, I think that just complicates things personally, but thoughts? Councillor Carter, 2 years for everybody. Okay. Was there another hand up on that section? So we're into are we ready to carry on? Issue of license and grounds for refusal. Councillor Carter?
I don't know if it needs to be explicitly in here, but the idea that all back fees and taxes must be current.
Any comments on that? Concurrence? Mr. Stone?
Thank you, Madam Warden, to the rest of council. So there is reference to that in section 8, 8.1 E. Now, the only thing I see is that's problematic to that is it's not referred to in advance of that. So it may be that we just have to add E into 7. So
Okay. That sounds reasonable. Anything under license suspension revocation? Councillor Carter?
And again, lots of words that cross-reference, but I think it, for instance, it specifically meets that, septic requirements are not met, but I think it should be like fire. Fire should, if you're gonna mention septic separately, you should probably make fire separate also. And every other inspection that we've deemed necessary, these people have to pass all of those.
Doesn't F cover that?
Perhaps however if it does, fine, again, back to the lawyer.
Okay. Anything else under that section? Councillor
I'm
Fury?
at a loss to know how we're going to enforce the Electricity Act. And who's going to do it?
Councillor Carter?
Is that not the ESA? Is that not the ESA who comes in? Right, but the safety authority comes in and says that this is,
Yeah, hydro used to do that inspection, but that's something that's 30 years old.
no, I know,
Is that not part of the building code and building inspections?
it is. Yeah, as far as I know, the ESA handles those, you have to have them, an inspection from them. I know part of this came from a couple of the people who first got involved in these STR bylaws was, they found situations where, there were electric heaters plugged into walls because people were sleeping in unheated areas or
Bunkies?
old cabins or bunkies or whatever. And so therefore you have to make sure. Now, look, some people are going to fail on this one. The people that are renting out that old cottage. But again, this becomes, what responsibility do we have towards the visitors and the vacationers that are coming into our community?
So I know that the Electricity Act was something that I had questioned, in a couple of places, but it was only a question, not necessarily saying it should or shouldn't be there. If you're thinking that it should remain or not. Okay. Councillor Burton?
And I believe as well with the ESA that there are some local electricians that have got authority to sign off for them.
Okay. All right. Anything else under license suspension and revocation? Mr. Carter?
So it's just the reviewing of the demerit points. Again, I think that we have to make sure that whatever we put in here is going to be enforceable. So it'd be good to get the legal opinion on those. I know in other places they use, there's 8 points for this and 6 points for this, and this is twice as, important as this infraction and so on and so forth. So I just want to make sure that like 3 points is enough to suspend your license for a year. If you suspend the license for a year, what happens then? Do now we don't happen to have limits, but if we had limits on the number of licenses that could exist and you lost your license, do you automatically get it back, or do you go to the bottom of the request pile? We don't have limits, so it's not a big issue, but I would just like to make sure that the lawyers see this and say, okay, you're on solid ground if you took this to court.
And therein lies the reason to get a lawyer that's familiar with short-term rentals bylaws.
Right.
Okay, anything else under that section? Councilor Rail.
Yeah, just the one we were talking about, electrical inspections and stuff. Would we also be including wet certs for wood stoves?
Wet certifications for wood stoves. Under the building code? Or fire, that's under the fire.
That would be under
inspection.
fire, yeah.
Okay, I think grounds for issuance is where we're at now. Councilor Carter.
This is a general question for everybody, and I don't know if it was discussed in previous council and with the consultants, but are people going to be able to get insurance for these? Like, I know that it's harder and harder to get insurance for anything these days, but are people going to get insurance for these short-term rentals?
That's our requirement and their problem. If there's no insurance, we should ban short-term rentals if there's no insurance requirement. Or
No,
we're
I'm
in deep trouble.
I'm just a general question, because people are going to have to meet a lot of criteria here. And again, I'm trying to protect the little guy, but
Scott.
Through you, Warden, most places, the COI requires a rental clause, and that's how most of them are getting, that's how they get insurance, is you have to have a rental clause, because really, I believe insurance agencies to this point haven't differentiated between whether you're running a short-term rental or you're renting your place on a more long-term basis. It requires a rental clause.
COI.
Sorry, certificate of insurance. The
Okay.
CIO bugged me for using an acronym without identifying it first.
Any other questions or concerns about grounds for issuance of orders? So then we are into grounds for appeal. Councillor Carter.
I think as Councillor Ferry mentioned earlier, that if this has to be done at the municipal level, then this appeal probably is something that needs to be done at the county level, or with some sort of committee that is that is different than the municipality, so that it can be as objective and as neutral as possible. And that if there are appeals, again, there be fees associated with it, so that we're not subsidizing every appeal that somebody wants to make, right? Because I always like there's one particular appeal committee that I'm aware of in a large organization, and they have the ability to not only hear the appeal, but rule whether or not the original ruling was just, and they can either reduce the penalty or increase it. And it gets to the situation where then people aren't just doing willy-nilly appeals, always expecting it's going to be equal to or less than what originally was in place. But I know we'll probably can't do that, but I think that people should be paying for the appeals so that we're not facing hundreds of them.
In all cases, what if they win their appeal?
That's a very interesting question. I think I would almost be willing to let that appeal tribunal or whatever decide, because it may have been a legitimate decision being made. And, when you hear the whole story, it becomes close. I don't know.
Well, and I mean, there has been the odd bylaw officer who's a little more enthusiastic than they should be from time to time. Also, the other is true as well. But, I'm saying if there was a decision ruling made and the appeal committee thought that it was unjust, should the person have to pay for it?
Maybe there can be a partial refund. I don't know. There's administrative fees.
Councillor Fury and then Councillor Ryle.
If you apply for a minor variance, you don't get it, you don't get your funds returned. So I think it's the same thing, but I think we have to really be careful who we put on that committee here at the county. They need to understand this.
Councillor Ryle.
Yeah, this is a situation where, depending on who wins and who loses, I mean, if we charge them with something based on whatever we came up with, whether it's a direct violation that we're aware of, or whether it's a complaint that came to us and we said it's justified, we're going to pursue this, and then we take them to court or wherever else we're taking them, and then we find out we're wrong. And my question is going to be pretty simple. I'm on the other side of that coin and I'm the guy that complained. Why should I pay? You were wrong, not me. Because if I am wrong and you're upheld, I'm paying probably for everything.
Comment.
It applies to the planning process that we all do in our townships. Same thing.
Councillor Carter, did you have a comment? I think we have to, this is something that we have to see how it pans out. Okay, entry and inspection. All right, if there's no comment on that section, then we'll go on to section 12, which is obstruction. Hearing nothing. Oh, go ahead.
I guess if I missed it in the previous ones, I apologize, but there seems to be no penalty associated with it. So did you have actually one back in that said that if somebody does obstruct? I mean, there's a difference probably between the renter who's there and doesn't want you to come in while they're enjoying the rental versus the owner not allowing you entry. But if somebody does obstruct, do they get demerit points or something? Okay.
So they could.
I would prefer that they also get a demerit, so that affects their ability to renew their license. Because if they're not gonna let us come in and do the fire inspection and not let us do the. You know, I
So-
mean, the initial fire inspection you need to get done in order to get your license, but if we want to come in the next year to look at the septic or look at the. Do another fire inspection, and we're not allowed, well, then.
So a clause would need to be added saying that, somebody who's obstructed would be subject to either demerit points or a fine.
Through you, Madam Warden, to the rest of council. I see number 12 as being grounds for two things: one, revoking their license right on the spot, or two, not issuing a license in the first place. So
I think we should spell it out.
Yeah, I do too.
That make people aware that if they do that, that's. And you can be sure we'll be there the next weekend when there's, 12 cars parked in front of the place, telling everybody they have to leave.
Any other comments about the obstruction section? We're into penalties. Councillor McKechnie.
This isn't, it's been, I'm trying to think of what this question has just really come to me. And like the neighbor, I'm just trying to, we're all talking about scenarios here and everything. So the neighbor has a renter beside them, and it's been going on all week, and a lot of noise. And he's asked, nicely and whatever, he goes over at say 12 o'clock on a Saturday night, there's a major confrontation. I think this is something that I think, I'm not saying that it's happening, but I'm pretty sure it has happened. And we don't want this to happen. We don't, like, nobody deserves to have to, like voice your opinion or a point of view, but you should turn the music down or the fire out or whatever. And are letting fireworks off at 1 o'clock in the morning. And I don't know how that the punishment is so severe. I guess it's the education of the owner to the renter, right? It's his responsibility, the owner, right? To do that, which I totally understand. But this is a part that I know that I have a lot of my constituents say to me, how do I deal with this, with this situation? Ignore it, go away?
No, not ignore it. Like I would think that, that might come under the obstruction or under penalties or you call the police. Councillor Carter.
Well, I think that's the idea of this responsible person, right? That's the first person you call, and if they're not resolving it, particularly if it is something that is important and not just like a minor bylaw infraction of where the guy parked his car, but if it's noise, then it is to the police. And I think that's something when we have the meeting with the OPP to say that, we expect you to respond to these types of calls.
Well, and I suspect that there will be some pushback on that because, we're talking about in many instances by law enforcement, not OPP, and they will. I've actually asked most recently about that, and they have said that's a bylaw infraction, and unless it's a confrontation, where it kind of blows into something that's, that's somebody's at risk of there's a
Somebody
fight,
touches somebody.
or then you get the OPP involved. But the OPP will tell you, I think, that they've got enough on their plates that they are not going to respond to some bylaw things. And when they do, they don't necessarily resolve it. Councilor McKechnie.
Just if, about the parking, that's another part that my constituents have been saying to me, the horror stories they put up with, they can't get hardly by the, into their driveway because there's cars or trailers parked all over the place. And these are issues that I know you're all aware of, but these are the things that, that the neighbor, they want resolved. Like they really want this, and they want the penalties to be severe. And so it gets your attention. So I know we're all aware of it, but I'm just letting you know that I hear a lot of this.
Well, and especially right now where the, ice fishermen are, they've got their trailers and they're blocking the roads, and that is actually what I talked to the OPP about most recently, and they said parking's not our issue. And once they did come, but they didn't do anything. I mean, they just kind of, their presence, I think they felt was enough. So, but it's something, as you say, Councillor Carter, that we'll talk about.
I'll just say one last point. I think you made the point that the OPP will probably not be responding, which unless, it's something really stupid has happened. But I think that we've really got to be prepared to really come down hard on those people that rent to partiers like that have these confrontations and set an example right off the bat. And that we will not be tolerating this type of behavior. Thank you.
Agreed. So anything else under penalties? Okay, then under administrative penalties. Collection of unpaid fines. Should there be some comment under this section that the license would be revoked? Councillor Rao?
Yeah, I think this was explained to me once before, but I'll ask the question again. In some cases, depending on what it is, it can be added to your tax bill, but again, I'm not exactly sure which ones can and which ones cannot. Does anything in this category fit into that category where if someone chooses not to pay something and they've definitely got an issue, can it be added to the tax bill, or it doesn't fall into the type that can?
Section 15.1 says that very thing.
Okay.
Anything else under collection of unpaid fines? Next is demerit points. Councillor Carter.
Yeah, I think that I would like these to be a bit reviewed again in terms of the the discrimination between some of how serious some of these issues are. As far as I'm concerned, back to number 19 there, the hinder, obstruct an officer while on duty. I don't think that's one demerit point. I think that's 3 or whatever it is, those types of things. So just looking at these to have it so that some things are a lot more you know, have a lot more impact. Because if we, and you know, there was the other one on the 15 failure to respond within 60 minutes. There's nothing listed there at this point. But you know, I think that there almost is two things there. It's, you know, the failure to respond and then the failure to resolve. You know, as far as I'm concerned, if I call up this responsible person and you know, have a noise complaint, and you know, they respond to me, but then they, you know, it continues, then there, you know, there should be a subsequent fine, whatever, or I think in some cases, there are townships who, like ourselves, you can't have bylaw officers on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So what they do is they take everything that was referred to these responsible persons, and they have a meeting like every Tuesday morning. They bring in the responsible persons and they figure out, you know, what happened, what'd you do, what was the resolution, and then they assign the demerit points to the property or the owner. So I just think that there needs to be, however we do it administratively, I just think that there needs to be some demerits are more important than others.
I agree that some demerits are worth more than others, but to put it in the lap of, say, a bylaw officer, it gets to be subjective.
Well, yeah.
Councillor Burton.
And we can certainly do that, but I was thinking much the same as Bob was, other than my concern has been all along safety and some of these that, you know, if they're turning a blind eye, to example, to a fire extinguisher, I think that type of thing should maybe be a couple instead of one. Parking, maybe should be a couple instead of one. Was my thought.
So I'm not sure how we propose to review these, but other than turn it over to Mr. Stone, lucky guy. Have you any thoughts on that matter?
Thank you, Madam Warden, to the rest of council. Certainly we can take a look at. There's some that again, when the bylaw was drafted it shouldn't even be listed. For example, operating a short-term rental establishment without a license, you get one demerit point. Well, you don't even have a license, so we can look at that again. So, but yes, we can certainly look at and place higher weights to the more serious safety issues or things like that.
Councillor Fury.
What happens, because this has been going on so long now, there's people that just absolutely don't want anybody next to them. So they phone up and say it's too noisy. Who's to say it's too noisy? So we send somebody out. That's a judgment call, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I can think of a number of circumstances where people complain about things and it's, you know, like
Exactly.
one person on the street and nobody else cares.
But you can't fix that, I guess, so I don't know where it ends.
Well, we'll leave the review of the demerit points to Mr. Stone. Mr. Councillor Carter.
Well, I think hopefully, you know, like I said, there's probably going to end up being a business or two that are created that provide these services as the most responsible person. And hopefully over time, you know, we'll be able to develop some sort of relationship with them to say, who go, you know, like, I got this call, I went out there. I mean, really, it was, you know, it was nothing, you know, and you know, hopefully that'll give us some of the information, because we're going to have situations where we're going to get calls from somebody who just doesn't want anything like this to happen in their area, right?
Councillor McKechnie.
Yeah, and like, I'm not gonna mention the company, but majority of the complaints come from that company. Like our local agencies that are renting I mean, I'm not saying that they haven't properly investigated somebody, what kind of person they are and all that, but usually they're not, it's not from a local agency who's rented the place out and it's got fireworks going off at 1 o'clock in the morning. And again, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but majority of these issues that we're dealing with here are all from somebody who I don't think they really know who's coming up to your cottage that weekend. And I think that's a big issue. And our local agencies, I mean, I'm sure I've talked to quite a few of them, and I'm sure we all have. And I think we could probably learn something from them, the way that they have conducted nuisances and things that are going to aggravate the neighbors. I mean, you know what I'm trying to say there?
Mhm.
Yeah, like I really think that's important.
I was just thinking that if there's somebody that becomes really, really good at responding to complaints, we should probably all hire them as bylaw officers. So now we're into severability and liability. Yeah. So that takes us through the bylaw. Councillor Carter.
Yes, I'm just hoping the effective date is not 2024. That we can pass this, both of these bylaws in a relatively short term. They may only come into effect as of a stated date, but it would be nice to have the bylaws passed and get this well underway in this calendar year.
Well, let's see how we make out with the registration bylaw. We can bring that back to our next, assuming that we get our legal opinion, which may take longer than any one of us want. But as soon as we get that, we can bring this back. And I would suggest that at that time, I mean, we do definitely need to talk about where this is going to live. Whether it's at the county level or it's at the lower tier. And I don't know if you want to have that discussion now, or if you want to just deal with the registration bylaw and bring it back and have the discussion then. Councillor Fury.
I don't think it has to be one or the other totally. I think there's a hybrid that's going to work here, and let's just work together and make it work.
Let's get these documents where we can all agree to them and see where we land. Okay. Anything else anybody wants to bring up about these two documents at this time? I think you might have a resolution there and I'm not sure what it says. Just a.
I could have been working on this, couldn't I?
I know this has taken us a while, but I think this is one of the most important things that we're going to be doing, and we need to get it right.
So that Haliburton County Council received the February 27th, 2023 planning report, PLN 20-2023, entitled Haliburton Short-Term Rental Study Bylaw Refinements, that Haliburton County Council direct staff to proceed to obtain a legal opinion on the questions posed during the meeting. It's really all of it.
But we have made some amendments to the document as well. Or does that matter at this point in time?
It matters.
Yeah, and incorporate amendments as directed.
Perfect. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillors Carter and Burton. All in favor? It's carried. Could I have a mover and a seconder to confirm the proceedings of council? Councillors Fury and Carter.
Moved by Councillor Ferry, seconded by Councillor Carter, be it resolved that bylaw 4159, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the February 27th, 2023 meeting of Haliburton County Council be considered to be read a first, second, third time, finally passed, and the seal of the corporation be affixed.
All in favor? That's carried. And finally, could I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor McKechnie, seconded by Councillor Burton.
Moved by Councillor McKechnie, seconded by Councillor Burton, be it resolved that the February 27th, 2023 special meeting of Haliburton County Council be adjourned.
All in favor?